7th, 2024 Dover Conservation Commission. That's Massachusetts, not New Hampshire. The first item I have on the article.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I have to admit everyone else. Sorry, John.
Oh,
sorry,
that's right.
sorry.
Yeah.
I was getting everybody in here.
Warrant, or
We
Is
have
this
a quorum.
This is for the warrant article relative to the
yeah, so are we going to do it with everybody or just us?
Well, they're in the waiting room, so it was posted for 7, so we probably should admit them.
Well, we can let them know what we're doing for the next half hour,
Right,
Yeah.
and then they can make a determination.
right.
Or actually, do we think it's going to take a half hour?
Yes, probably yes.
Okay. And is that everybody, Lori?
Yes.
Okie doke. Welcome everyone to the March 27th, Dover 2024 Dover Conservation Commission hearing. We're starting earlier this evening because we have an upcoming town meeting, and we have town council with us this evening, and Anna Nagy, who's put a tremendous amount of work into this, to discuss the warrant article and what we'll be presenting. So for those of you who are here for later meetings, this will probably take the full half hour that we've extended this meeting by. So if you would like to catch up on other things, or if this is, feel free to. However, if you find this incredibly stimulating, feel free to hang around and listen in. Okay, why don't I kick it off with Anna? Why don't you, or should Anna or Nina, who would like to introduce us to this?
I can do a general update, and then Nina, I was hoping we could ask you questions about, especially the Article 97 water thing, because I will just be repeating everything you said. And I'm sure we'll have other stuff come up. But the gist of what's happening with the warrant article. So first, thank you, Jim, for doing the presentation. That was great. I went back to the open hearing and got a couple of comments on the water. So current status is, after much runaround last week, we learned that the selectmen were voting to confirm all the articles on Thursday, I think, whatever it was, their meeting last week. So we ended up doing something which, correct me if I'm wrong, Nina, is sort of the most placeholder we can do for allowing our transfer to continue. So we need to today just sort out what we want our motion to be more specific in terms of which properties should go under Article 97, if any, which should be not that, if any, and prep that for a motion so we can present that to the selectmen on the 4th. I've got a agenda item for them already, so we're sorted there, but we need to actually decide what we want.
Mm-hmm.
Questions? Should I do more background?
Yeah, I was thinking, especially for folks who may not be familiar with what it is we're looking to do. Nina, you were gonna say something?
No, I don't have as much background on all of this as you all do. So if more background is needed, then you should certainly do that. I'm happy to speak to the discussions I've been having with Anna over the past 2 weeks or so.
Okay, so I think, Anna, if you just sort of encapsulate kind of what Jim presented, but maybe not go through all the lots in question, but that this is in essence moving a variety of lots that are owned by the town into conservation ownership or control, especially lots that are contiguous with trails that we have or other parcels of property. So feel free to bring us up to date.
So this is the slides I sent out, based off that we're at the open hearing, based off the 2014, 2016, and then 2023 memos that Open Space and Concom and Board of Selectmen all sent around, to try and find which of the generic properties owned by the town are being treated as conservation should, be under conservation commission and be under us. So the proposal to the town is, here's 11 properties. I will share my screen with that memo because it's a little pretty short.
And I just also, just to clarify for some of the new folks on this, this is land that the town has owned. Some of it was supposed to actually been conservation land, but just by deed or by bequest, and just never got put into the Conservation Commission as the deed holder. And others are tax takings, generally of wetland that the town has had for a while, and some of the parcels that I alluded to earlier that about other conservation land.
Yeah, so we're recommending to the town, and this is what we sent out in the article for the Blue Book, of these 11 properties to go from town ownership to us. So we've got Churchwell, Ponzi, which is on Haven, the rest of Valley Farm, McIntosh, which is up on Snow Hill, and is deeded for conservation and passive recreation. The Bridge Street Boat Launch, which Amy's grandmother sold to the town in 1967, I think we found, and then a handful of these tax taken properties, which were basically abandoned, and then after a series of liens and court cases, ended up in the town's ownership. So we want to take those and tell the town to move them under us. It just takes the recording fees. We already own it. There's no acquisitions or anything. But depending how we transfer it to us depends whether people can, in the future, access underground water for wells, which is interesting. And that's where we start coming to the topic for tonight. Janet, did you have a question?
Oh, no, nope. And I guess I understand the idea of reserving the water rights for some future potential use. I don't see the reality of installing infrastructure and installing town wells for a town water department. I straight up don't.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with that. We could barely vote to get it took 20 years to get a community center through for $20 million. I don't see us spending $200 or $300 million for infrastructure for water distribution throughout the town.
Well, I think actually these are for example, whether or not the Church Street well would ever be deemed clean. And I don't know if there's an infrastructure there, and I don't know what that was for MVP but I don't know if it's been tested for PFAS. But I think if there's going to be pushback concerned about taking this off the table, does it really hurt if we keep it on the table? If 100 years down the road the town is in dire straits and needs something like that?
Well, I mean, there's a way, correct me if I'm wrong, Nina, that it could theoretically be taken back out of Article 97.
In theory only.
Yeah, it involves the state legislature. So I
It
guess
takes an enormous amount of time
Right.
and legal work. So don't put something in Article 97 unless you're fairly confident you never want to take it out.
Has it ever happened? Has anyone ever gotten a supermajority and taken it out? Or is
Yes.
it like, okay,
Yes.
so
But it oftentimes it's quite painful. They usually require mitigation or other property to be placed
Fair.
into protections. And it takes, a few years.
So just for anyone
Mm.
who is uninitiated in this, can you explain what's at stake here, what Article 97 does?
Sure. So
and-
Article 97 is an amendment of the Massachusetts Constitution, which protects certain lands and water in Massachusetts. And basically it says when land is put into use or conserved, when land is preserved for conservation or parkland, the state made a decision to make it difficult to undo that process. So what they said is once that land goes into conservation land or park or lands, it can only come out with a supermajority vote of the Massachusetts legislature. So not town meeting. It has to be voted on by the general court and get a supermajority there passed. And as I indicated, there's usually a long process that goes along with that, that includes negotiations with the state over mitigation and perhaps putting other land back into conservation protection. So it does its job in that it certainly preserves the land that is covered by its protections. So the reason we're talking about that here is if the conservation lands, if these properties that are now held as general municipal lands are transferred to the Conservation Commission for conservation purposes, then they will be covered by Article 97. If you want, and that Article 97 coverage likely will not include the ability to implement any or install any water infrastructure in the future. So if you wanted to change that, the purpose of the use of the land, you'd have to go through the Article 97 process. You can avoid that if, when acquiring the property from the town, you acquire it both for conservation and purposes of water resources for the town of Dover, something like that.
Mhm. And so the negatives, I'm trying to think of, and what questions would come up from folks at town meeting. One is there's a large group of folks who would prefer us to not have access to any potential water in the future because it may, under MBTA regulations, 40B, create infrastructure that will allow for greater development. That seems to be one of the easy low-hanging fruit concerns. Are there, and yet I can see an equal, if not greater, number of people who are thinking of climate change moving forward sometime in the future after we're all gone, whether or not the town may need access to things of that sort. Am I correct in sort of phrasing it that way, or are there other things I'm overlooking?
I think that's a pretty fair trade-off. There's folks who are really concerned about water, especially at the center of town. There's folks who are concerned that if there is water, it's only town water, it's not commercial water, which I think is really reasonable. There's people who are concerned that, you know, sort of let's not change anything. I think you touched on that. I also think there's, like, I personally, if we had any of these, and Amy has mentioned this as well, if we had any conservation and water, we wouldn't want to, like, you know, lose our seat at the table if it's not in wetlands. So, you know, we probably, you know, future Concom probably wants to be involved either way. If there's the theoretical well infrastructure, which I agree with Jim is, you know, highly unlikely. And yet there's a serious concern that Article 97 protects all resources and is really strict, and water is a natural resource. So we shouldn't just like willy-nilly not conserve it.
And
So
one point to make with respect to your having the Conscom having a seat at the table with respect to how the property is used, regardless if it's in the wetlands, regardless of if the proposed infrastructure is in the wetlands, the parcels are being proposed to be transferred to you, the Conscom, for you to manage and control and be the effective owner of. So just by virtue of the fact that the deeds are being transferred to you in all of these cases will give you a seat at the table as if you were any other property owner.
True.
So I'm just curious, so again, and typically the town is filled with they've been put together over the years under Aquarian, but the town is filled with a number of private water companies that do 15, 20, 30 houses at a time. And so generally we don't have that many examples of things that are going to feed several hundred houses. I just wondering, do you have an idea with all the people you've talked to in terms of the pushback on one versus the other? You know, if we put it in conservation and water to allow for future use, is there going to be much pushback, or is there going to be more pushback against Article 97 for foreclosing on those opportunities?
I feel like there's going to be stronger pushback on Article 97, but at the same point, I don't think that anyone is all or nothing here. Janet, you've had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, so just a little more background here. It's my understanding, I've looked through our draft open space plan, which Amy has done years of homework on. So I did not see any other properties that had reserved water rights in some form. So just so for some background, this could set a precedent. And, you know, I've been in town for 30 years, very involved on open space. I think if we can make a compelling case for why conservation land needs the highest level of protection, which is Article 97. I do think that, and I believe, Nina, is this a majority vote or a 2/3 vote at town meeting?
This is just a majority vote.
Okay. I think as long as we could make a compelling argument as to why conservation land in the past has been Article 97 protected, we feel that's, you know, the best protection for it. So that's just my 2 cents. I mean, I've heard from some people too. I know Dave Haviland on the Board of Selectmen at the warrant open hearing asked the question of Jim about water rights. And I would think we certainly would want to have a discussion with the Board of Selectmen. They're going to need to, I think we need their approval on this. It's our article, but the Board of Selectmen are transferring, so we want to make sure they're on board. But it would just be my 2 cents to go with Article 97 for all of these properties. I think to start picking and choosing opens the door for a larger conversation, and perhaps we would lose all Article 97 protections. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Okay. I'm concerned the same reason. You know, if you introduce choices, then it makes for a longer discussion at a town meeting. And yet at the same time, Anna, is one of the concerns here is you're looking for a vote on this evening so that you can go to the selectmen with an approved request?
I mean,
Do we have time?
We could schedule another meeting. We could talk at the end of the meeting if we want to keep going. But we have to come up with a motion for them to vote to approve by the 4th, which happens to be the day I was going to present to them. And this is our last meeting before the 4th.
Right.
That is not to say we cannot have another meeting.
Okay. So I guess part of it is we're really beholden to, our charter is beholden to the selectmen. It would seem to me that if we were to move this over to them, I think number one, is Jim, as many people have mentioned, unlikely that any of this will be used for any sort of public water, but things are changing and climate wise and so forth, and at some point it might be required. Would be to let the give this option to the selectmen, and we vote to tonight. We can vote to approve whatever the selectmen decide.
And I guess, Anna, just as a question here, the proposals, are these your proposals that the town well would go for conservation of water, and then
this was me looking at it being like, if I had to divvy it up, what would I do? And I went, well, mostly Article 97.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that helps assuage both sides.
Mhm.
To be honest, I would be comfortable with this list
Yeah.
going, presenting this list, right?
Mhm.
And saying that, and the only question I had on the Valley Farm was I assume the grantors have all passed at this point, because that was Comiskey, Michael Comiskey's dairy farm was Valley Farm, and I assume it came from them. Is that right?
Sure. I think so. Let me
Okay.
see. I can click. Did I link the deed? I linked the deed. Hitchens,
Hutchins, yeah.
trustees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably right, because he actually ran till the 60s with milk there.
Mhm. Mhm.
But I mean, I think this, to be honest, is a good balance, right? Because the
Right.
Ponzi land is closer to the center of town. If we're talking about for town use,
Mhm.
right?
But it's also larger. I mean,
right.
there's no infrastructure going on a 1 acre lot or a
No.
0.18 or anything of that sort.
I actually had a
think it could be-
specific question on Ponzi, legal question. So it's deeded for conservation and water purposes. If we
Mhm.
took it for just conservation, no water, would we be violating that? Where's the,
Yeah, I figure why open it up? Why not just continue with the precedent?
yeah. If we
And-
change this and just said conservation
Yeah,
only,
no,
would
I
that
would
violate the deed?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, if it's
Okay.
especially where it's essentially a gift to the town that,
Okay,
Um,
so that one definitely stays.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's
And
right.
I think you have the former Dover water property, which is the Church Street wells that are MTP contaminated. I think that's stays conservation and water. And then I think,
Mhm.
I see the Chickering Drive one. Again, I can't, I don't
I
know,
just
I
picked it
think
because
it's,
Mass Mapper said that. I don't
yeah.
feel very strongly.
I mean, that might be like a little trope book setup or something. I don't know what's down there.
Mhm. Mhm. And
Right.
what was it, Anna, that made you put that into both? Is
That
it
was
something
formerly
This
you
one
Dover.
changed or-
just hold on. This one I just picked because it says Dover Water Supply Land.
Oh, I see.
Um,
And we
I don't
know why it's-
actually don't know why, and I don't feel super strongly about keeping that. And when Amy said she couldn't make it, she said she preferred everything tax taken was Article 97. I'm fine with that. This is one of the larger parcels, and it's 3 acres off Claybrook, so it's sort of not helping anyone anyway.
Mhm. Mhm. And so this was all basically determined by just a label for Mass Mapper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of lacking better data. If no one knows what Dover water supply land, I'd
Mhm.
all for Article 97.
I'd take that as 97. I mean,
Okay.
Anna, we should just have Deb make sure she checks the deed on that one as well.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
If you
I'm
want to
pretty sure
follow up
this one.
with that.
Yeah,
I
I'll
think
check with
she,
her.
I mean, she has all the deeds, so she just needs
Yeah.
to take a look.
but I mean, the other ones I see deed restricts to passive recreation and conservation on McIntosh and purchased by the town, Fisherbrook wetlands. It's next to the river. It's wet. There's a stream in it. There's
There's a river.
and you got 100 feet of elevation. You'd have 200 feet of elevation to pump that up to anywhere, right? Because it's
Yeah.
it's on the Charles River. It's not going anywhere. So, yeah, I
So
mean,
do we-
I'm comfortable with those two, and I think they make a good case with that to say, we're
So do we need
pieces that
to
appear that have been deeded to the town for water or appear to have water usage
mhm.
keeping.
Do we need to vote tonight or
Yes, I think we do.
Yeah, we can do it at the
Mhm.
end, but I think we should vote one to agree with the warrant article language. So correct me if I'm wrong. I think we should
Mhm.
vote to agree with this because the selectmen voted for it.
Mhm.
And then we should vote to recommend this to the selectmen as our motion. And then I think, Nina, can you write the motion? And then I go and present it to the selectmen, and maybe we want to leave a vote
Yeah.
of if they feel strong. Okay, sounds good. If they feel strongly differently, we accept their proposal.
Yeah, I'd like to keep an out in there so that we don't run into timing issues. So that if the selectmen come up with a change on this, because it's either, it's either yes or no on each one of these. And I don't think it affects things that tremendously. in the scope of things, so I'd be okay to defer to the selectmen.
I mean,
and have it
essentially, you
worded.
can change the motion up until the night of town meeting.
Okay, so do we
Okay.
want to put this off to the end to vote on it, so that we can move on
Just,
at our 7:30?
I had a question
Mhm.
or a comment. The thing about requiring an act of the legislature to revert it. Peter McGlynn, I said that at a meeting a long time ago, and Peter McGlynn pointed out that the legislature has never denied one.
Oh,
They don't. They make it painful, though, as I mentioned.
Yeah,
They
but
can-
they've never
they-
denied one, so it's
Right.
not, it doesn't have to go to the legislature because they're gonna vote for it anyway. No, I mean, it's as if you didn't have to.
Right, so if you make it through, so the
do you
cost
mean
of
the
a small
disagreement a
water,
little?
the cost of a small water processing plant would go to attorneys in order to
Mhm.
go through that process, and then,
Sounds
No,
good
and I
to
think
me,
that,
guys.
to be honest, I'm okay with making it painful, right?
making
Yeah, I mean,
what?
that's the point of it, Jim.
I'm
Right.
okay with
It's-
making it painful. Like to be
Yeah.
honest, let's face
Yeah.
reality. Like if you said to me, okay, we want to put in a town water system. Okay. I drive through Concord every day and they have a beautiful field that's the same size as Valley Farm. And there's 30 or 40 wells in it.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
you could do that, for sure.
Mhm.
So-
Well, I think actually, Tim, that's a very good point, which is would prefer to have these in conservation. However, if at some time in the future, it becomes crucial to the town to move forward with that. The history is that the legislature has never denied a request from a town for that.
Right.
That may cover bases. Okay,
Also,
Why don't
I
we,
think it addresses the what if we have an emergent, what if future Dover has an emergency? Well, future Dover will have to work on that and we'll have a way to do it.
We'll be
Mhm.
using wind traps by that time to suck moisture out of the air,
Right, we have enough moisture in the air, that's true. And given all the wells that are drying up, the whole issue that we'd
Yeah.
be looking for that is because of that, so. Okay, why don't we, just to be able to move through the conventional agenda tonight, why don't we defer this to the end of the meeting? Are people okay
Sounds
with
good.
that?
Yeah, sure.
And I'm
No.
assuming no one has any more questions for me, and I'll jump off.
No, we'd like you to sit around for for 4 hours. Just bring it up.
For the next 3 or 4
Yes, no, thank you.
Yeah,
You've
you
been
will have
very-
to deal with my very hungry, angry family. If that's
Yeah. So you've been very helpful, especially behind the scenes, prior to
Yeah.
tonight's meeting as well. So, thank you very much, Nina.
Of course, and Anna, we'll talk about how to write things up for the select board.
Perfect. Thank you. And yeah, thank you for your help, especially with, emergency last week.
No problem at all. All right, take
Okay.
care, guys.
Great.
Yeah.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Hey, John.
Okay.
I-
Yeah.
John,
Who's
it's
that?
Jonathan
Oh,
Pryor.
Hi. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You didn't recognize me, so I didn't know.
No, you're in you're in portrait mode on your phone, I guess, or Yeah.
Well, I'm lucky to even be that. But having said that, I'd like to make a few comments about the land transfer, but I'll wait to the end if you want to get going.
Well, no, I think we haven't really, we didn't open it up, but because we're just trying to get familiar with it ourselves. But I appreciate your background, and yeah, go ahead.
First, if I understand it right, you want to transfer the Church Street wells into Chapter 97, and that would forever preclude that property from being used for water purposes?
No, I think the Church Street ones were open, either or. Was
Correct.
that right, Anna?
Yeah, those were the ones we were just saying we should leave as either or.
Okay,
Those
they
and
would
the
be-
Ponzi land.
so there's no
Yeah.
restriction on going back in there and
No,
And-
no.
Okay.
There would be a town meeting vote is what Nina has told me, is we'd have to vote to agree to do that. But we wouldn't have to go through the legislature. We just have to vote that we're gonna do allow water there.
And why would you want to restrict that, seeing as it's always been used for water and it probably is still a good source and can be used again?
The reasoning was that it was contaminated. There was no reason to expect it was going to be not contaminated anytime soon. And if the land itself is, reasonable conservation land, so we should conserve all the other resources while we're there.
Well, it was
Yeah.
contaminated, but it never had enough hydrocarbons to hit the state limits or the federal limits. And it's been 30 years. There's a good chance, I don't know when it was last tested, that water can be used again.
It gets tested yearly, as far as I understand, as part of the original agreement.
Yeah.
And that the NTB stuff has been declining over time.
Yeah.
Also, if the town really needed it, there's at some point there may be a crossover relative to the need for water versus the cost to filter water that would filter things like that out, especially if it's diminishing over time. So I was under I understood the way, Anna, you had presented this was conservation or water, was that it just made sense that that we would manage it from the conservation purposes up until a time that if the town needed it for water, then it's pre-existing. Am I missing something there, or is it, I wasn't aware of the town meeting vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we should grab Nina back. My understanding from her last week is that if we wanted to take it out of conservation and water and it just be water, we'd have to go through a town meeting vote. If it stays as conservation and water, I actually don't know. If we didn't have to do any kind of ownership transfer, I can ask her.
Okay. And
unless someone else knows.
Do we have the ability, as this gets presented to town meeting, to subtract things if people have concerns? For example, if people said, well, it's a big piece of wetland that you can't really walk through anyway, what's the point?
Leave it off?
Yeah. What's the point of having conservation in it? Why not just leave it status quo? And if the town has a need for it, and at that point, at the town meeting, when you have 11 things listed, somebody says, okay, we just move that off, or talk to the selectmen whether we just take it off in the first place.
I'm pretty sure that's how we can write our motion to allow for that.
Okay. How's that sound, John?
So if there was some controversy about one parcel, you could amend the motion on the floor of town meeting to remove that.
Right.
Okay. Jonathan, how's that seem?
Yeah, if you'll make that motion, take that one out. I would take Ponzi land out too. I'm not, you can walk on that land. It was purchased for water. And if there's a problem and you need water, you don't want to go to a town meeting, because if it's only Dover Center that needs water, the town may not vote it.
So was Ponzi deeded, or was conservation and water?
And water.
Yeah. So I part of me was thinking when this all came up is that of the parcels there, those two parcels are the ones that are almost impenetrable. So that the concept of us using it for active recreation is highly unlikely, and they basically stay as they are. They've been that way for decades. And whether it would, distract people, as we go to move for the other ones, I think that's a valid concern. Is there anyone else who has a comment on that? And Jonathan, that you said you had two comments. Did you cover both of them, or did you have another one?
No, that was it. But
yeah,
I'd just say that I certainly will speak against it if it is on the.
I'm sorry, you dropped out at just the right time.
I said I will certainly get up and speak against it if it's still in the article.
Would you, Jonathan, would you speak if it was conservation and water?
Well, what does that get you?
Only that we then manage it directly. That's the only piece, and neither one is really actively managed. So, I mean, I'm okay.
What would you do to actively manage that?
They actually, the neighborhood on Haven Terrace there does have access back into there, and there is a right of way off of Haven Terrace to walk through there. So maybe some trail maintenance, but that would be it.
Yeah.
We're not gonna put fields or anything in there.
You can do that anyways.
Right. Yeah, well, the selectmen can do it.
Right.
Yeah, that's the
So
that's
that's
the
the piece there,
Yeah.
that is, I don't think they have any budget or appetite to do trail maintenance on a piece of property like that.
Yeah, but
No, and Frank,
I don't think
give,
it goes anywhere once you get into the Ponzi property.
mhm.
You know,
So I think,
the water is way more important. We have no shortage of places to walk.
no, and we've been trying to improve our management of things that where we already have trails. So I don't believe we would be getting over there, anytime soon.
No,
So that's something we can circle around to, at the end of the meeting as to whether or not to remove those.
Sure.
In light of that, or, it gives some, things for discussion. So,
Sounds good.
anything else to add, Jonathan?
No, I think that's enough for the moment.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank-
Anyone else who, before we, defer this for the end of the evening? Okay, then let's go ahead and defer that, and let's move on to, DEP number 144916, 4 Strawberry Hill Street, a septic. And Janet, why don't you give us a, an outline of what we're dealing with here?
Sure. So before we address that, I just wanted to get some clarification. I see a number of individuals here for 1214 Miller Hill Road, which is continued discussion of the draft restoration plan. And I haven't been directly involved in this, but I have seen emails go back and forth. And I'm not sure if Paul is yet on the meeting, but it was my understanding that Paul and the restoration scientists had pretty much come to agreement on revisions to the draft restoration plan, but yet we did not have a final restoration plan in draft.
I think that's why we're looking at a continued discussion. So, and they can bring us up to date, and then we can find out that information. Paul's also supposed to be here for 10 Draper Road, so he was aware that it was going to be more in the middle of things, so that may explain his absence.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that before we jumped in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so jumping over to 4 Strawberry Hill. We're at
So
916. If we play our cards right, we can break 1,000 this year. So
4 Strawberry Hill is a voluntary septic system upgrade. I guess there are a number of issues with the current system. They want to replace it before it fails completely. It is fairly close to BVW. In my report, I outlined a number of concerns. The first one was that we need the correct wetland delineation forms. They did not use the most recent revised forms. So we should get that in, and then I can do a delineation review. I'm a little also, I have some concerns when they came in for the RDA for the septic testing. We were explicit in that all testing was to be outside the 70-foot no structure setback. And I know there are some site constraints with ledge and elevations, but I would like to hear more from the consultant as to why the septic tank and pump chamber have to be in the 70-foot no structure setback. Third comment is that we do need the waiver fee to allow for structures in the 70-foot. The site is in the Dover Groundwater Protection District. And as such, I noted here that they need to confirm that there is no more than 10% impervious surface throughout the site, or they do need to account for any excess runoff. The fifth is that our standard compost sock, silt fence, and orange construction fence needs to be shown on a revised site plan. 6 is, while they've indicated that no more than 50% of the trees will be removed in our 100-foot square, I did not see an analysis, and it was a little hard to do a visual on that. So we need confirmation on that. Site plan, I'm asking for a larger scale site plan. There are 4 trees to be proposed to be removed, but the leaching field, those trees were covered by the leaching field design, so that was hard to read. Then I asked for a couple statements on the site plan. The owner's signature was just a type signature. We need an actual signature. And then I did ask to have the erosion control measures moved further away from the wetland and as close as possible to the site work. So those are
Okay.
about 12 comments.
Okay, then why don't we have Jeff Kane present and address those.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for your time tonight. Janet, I did get a chance to review these. I actually would like to go down one at a time, if you don't mind. As she mentioned, this is a voluntary replacement of the septic system. The system is not failing. It's not close to failing as far as we know. It's functioning fine. The owner knows that it may fail, and she'd prefer to have it replaced now as opposed to deal with septage coming over the ground, going into the wetland. Her well is located right back there as well. So there's no issues that we know with the system whatsoever. So that said, as Janet mentioned, previously we'd submitted the RDA for the testing. Under that
Jeff,
submittal.
can I just ask, can you share your plan of this so we have an
Yes.
idea of what we're looking at?
Yep. Can you see that?
It's
Not yet.
coming
Yeah.
through. Yep, there we go.
Let me zoom in a little here.
Yep, thank you.
And let me get to this thing. Okay. So as Jen had mentioned, we did previously submit an RDA. As part of that RDA, we did submit a wetland delineation. That was accepted as if a part of that RDA, my understanding, and based on the most recent handbook of delineation of bordering vegetated wetlands, a line set by an RDA permit is still good for 3 years. So I'm not sure why we would need to submit additional wetland forms. I know there's a new form and any new projects coming in would need that. But under this project, I'm not sure why we would need to submit any new forms.
Can I just respond to that?
Yep,
So
go ahead.
my notes, and I don't have the minutes from this, but my notes were that we didn't approve the wetland delineation line with the RDA. It was just for septic testing. And then the thought was when you come back, you know, we would then do a formal review of the wetland line.
Okay, I don't recall the thought part. I do know that we did base everything off of that wetland line that we submitted. I understand where you're coming from with the new forms. I don't think it's fair to have the applicant now go out and redelineate something that was based on what we just submitted back in December. This is only 3 months ago.
But Jeff,
and-
did you, if I can, did you do the data forms for that, for the
There were data forms. This was done by Applied Ecological Sciences. I didn't do them myself. There were
Mhm.
data forms. And honestly, John, I'm not sure which ones they used, but
Mhm.
Janet would obviously be able to speak on that better. But there were data forms submitted, ones
And
that we
question-
used previously in other projects. So
Yeah, question I have for Janet, was there a grace period when this rule came into place? You know, normally,
Yeah, the forms went into effect last spring and then I think formally over the summer. So they've been kicking around for a while. The correct form was not submitted with the RDA. Usually for RDAs, unless, depending on the work, but we generally don't approve wetland delineations as part of RDAs. That's not always true.
Mhm.
But in this case, it was. We didn't have the correct forms. And again, it was just the septic testing.
Mhm.
So,
And Jeff, that is the, we do have an extensive history. That's basically the way we treat these things so that people
Mhm.
can get in there quickly. Because we just want to know where things are, and then we ask that people stay out of the 100-foot buffer as much as they can. But we very rarely actually use that as the actual wetland, because we know that you're going to be traveling around the lot, and things may change. But obviously, if you review what you had submitted, and you feel very strongly on that, we're open to that. If this was, you saying this was in December?
Yes, it was, and
Yeah,
I
I
do.
guess we
we've
wouldn't
used-
accept the December delineation anyway without a.
That was
without a
my
waiver.
question. Normally we have a moratorium on delineating between December and is it April 1? Or
Yeah, and I believe we did discuss that during the meeting at the
Okay.
RDA time.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, and
So,
I just
and
I
again-
don't
and
recall an
again,
issue. I don't recall it being an
our
issue.
typically we're very flexible with RDAs when it comes to testing.
Yeah.
Because then we want things done properly when you actually come forward with something. So why don't we just put that to the side right at the moment?
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at the you can fill us in as to what didn't work for you in terms of
Sure.
getting something outside the 100-foot line. What you're proposing now, is this system larger than the one that exists?
It is. The existing that exists today is just a leaching pit. And let me highlight that. And right now the sewer comes out of the back of the house and hold on, travels to a septic tank located right here.
Mm-hmm.
And from there travels over to the leach pit located right here.
Mm-hmm.
So that leach pit currently is a little less than 40 feet from the edge of this wetland here.
Got it.
The new system, based on the depth of the existing one, will be a gravity system to a septic tank. Will now have to go to a pump chamber. That pump chamber will push it up to a field of these are considered alternative technology treatment devices, sand recirculating filter type units. They provide a much higher level of treatment for effluent coming out of the bottom of this now.
Mhm.
The reason we went here, and one of the reasons in the explanation, if I come back to the site, we have significant restraints as far as wetland and buffer zone. The area beyond, this is the driveway here coming in off of Strawberry Hill. This area all back here is either going to be wetland or exposed ledge. So that eliminates all this area here.
Mhm.
The front of the house, this area here, we did dig a little here, and you can tell by the contours, this is all fill. This front area that was made level was filled in. So there'd be a significant soil removal, up to 4.5 feet required, and replacement with sand to even try to put a septic system up here. So that brings us down here to the existing ground that hasn't been touched. And that's just beyond this retaining wall here. And that's this area here. This test pit number 1 here, that showed the presence of shallow ledge. So that kind of eliminates this area here.
Mhm.
So really, we're constrained to this area. We start getting further up here, we're gonna have significant tree removal. And again, we're on a higher slope, and this is still a fill slope here. So it really, from the whole site, for an acre, 1.75 acres, we're really constrained to this small area here.
Mhm.
But I think just to be clear, it's a cost constraint only.
Of course, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
yeah, if you wanted to remove significant, I mean a significant amount of material.
Right, but
up
I
here
guess
replace.
to me, if you're saying the system's not failed, obviously it's an improvement, absolutely.
Yeah, let's remember this leaching pit right here, as you mentioned, it's less than 40 feet,
Yep,
this wetland. And the depth of it was put back in the 80s. It's either right at or just above or just in the seasonal high water table.
yeah, no, absolutely, and it's definitely an
so-
improvement. It's just,
Right. So
to
we are
me-
trying to make it, in and of itself, this project is improving the area significantly.
correct, but if you
Right.
say to me, you're constrained, I have a hard time with cost constraint. I do understand that there's
But
always.
cost is a legitimate concern. for constraint.
Absolutely, but it's not there's not ledge out there. There's not, you'd have
Well,
to.
let's address that just a little bit more. Out in the front there, did you search for the soil underneath the fill? Did you take a look at that?
No, once we got down to about 4 feet or so, we know there's too much fill. Cost wise,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't make any sense to do that.
Because there's also no guarantee that there's permeable soil out there.
That's true too. But I mean, again, just cost constraint, if you're looking at that, one of the biggest costs of these septic systems, beyond the Dover's requirement for the dual pumps, is the sand replacement. So once you start getting into the volumes you're going to need for that, it just becomes crazy. You know, that's one of the biggest costs you're going to get. So on a voluntary system,
Not to beat this anymore, what is the upcharge for doing that excavation? Is it 10,000? Is it 100,000? Is it?
I'll be honest, it's hard to put a price now, the way things have increased significantly over time.
You'd be looking at potentially.
You're in the tens of thousands, absolutely.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
of the price of
You're
sand.
looking at potentially 20,000.
Oh, more than that. For the sand replacement, more than that.
Yeah, just for the just to
And now you can talk specifics on supportive excavation, depth of excavation, things like that.
And that gets balanced out against the pump system.
There's always going to need a pump system based on the depth of where this is coming out.
Well, even if you came out in the front and you were,
If you came out the front, you'd have to redo all the interior plumbing. This comes out, this is a walkout down here at the garage level.
oh, I see. So it goes.
And it
kind
comes
of
even below that. So you'd have to redo all the plumbing in the house to get it out here. We did have a quick discussion about that. But
Was this approved by Board of Health?
no, not yet. I went over it with Jason. He knows it's coming. We anticipate no issues with the approval on that. And again, now the septic system, even the siting of it is based on, if you look at DEP's policy, any septic system that meets the requirements of Title V also protects the interests of the Wetland Protection Act. So this system does still do that. And obviously, based on what we have here existing, it's a significant improvement in and of itself. Just with the level of effluent coming out, the separation from groundwater, and the horizontal distance now that's increased from the wetland itself, that is in compliance with Title V.
And the treatment of the effluent.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the site constraints pushed us into this area. It's obviously it'd be great to have this in front. I agree with you, and actually to run it by gravity. But this is the area we're really constrained in. And we do meet the requirements of DEP at least and Title V. So.
So are you still mounting the system there, or how does
it won't have to mount at this point. It'll actually just blend in with the existing contours. We're going to step the trenches down. This row here will step down, so we'll keep with the contours that are there now.
Any reason we can't slide the septic tank and pump chambers closer to the house?
Yes, absolutely. So let me get into that a little bit. The existing driveway right now is a gravel driveway, and the septic tank is located in there. It was just a poured in place septic tank. Best engineering practices, you don't want parts of this system under a driveway, especially a gravel driveway. A pavement, you could control that, that depth's not going to change over time. So even with a traffic loaded septic tank like this is, you don't want to put it under a driveway. It's just, that gravel level can vary over time through plows, through people braking hard, things like that. Well, that cover over the tank that's going to give it that traffic loading is going to vary over time. So it's just not a good idea. That's the reason we pushed it out this far, just beyond the driveway. Now, the test pit here, as I mentioned to you, that has shallow ledge. So we can't get this pump chamber up this far. So that's why we're putting this over here. The other reason we can't push it up further is the topography of the site starts going up fairly quickly here. We can't have more than 3 feet of cover over any part of this system per Title V. If we slide that further up that hill, we are going to get that. Now, could we go get a variance from Title V? Theoretically, we could. But now you're going to have a pump chamber and a septic tank that are so deep, they're going to be difficult to both construct and to maintain. You're going to have to be opening up covers. And if you ever had to change pumps or filters, it's going to be a nightmare to maintain for really no reason. These tanks over here that are located 50 feet beyond the wetland, they do meet the Title V requirements. They are further from the existing system, and they are sealed devices, so they're not leaching chambers like the existing one is today. So there should be no issue as far as protection or concerns to the wetland. This is all still an improvement, significant improvement over existing conditions.
Can you just, for people who are watching at home, use your mouse to outline the tree line there?
The existing tree line here,
Mhm.
let me do it in color. Is that myself here?
Okay, okay.
Now, this area all through here has been previously disturbed, used to be landscaping. Right now, it's still a mix of lawn. You can see it in the site pictures and the notice of intent. Not the best condition lawn, but this is all previously disturbed buffer. The only part I would say may not have been previously was well beyond here. But this has all been previously disturbed.
And did you, have you done a tree count?
We did do a tree count. It was so obvious, we thought that it didn't bring to the level of making this confusing with the 100-foot box. We've done this before, but we're removing 4 trees. And they're 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's it. They're not large trees. If a site walk was done, I think it would have been obvious. I didn't think, like I said, it brought to the level of to warrant the whole actual, 100-foot box with the count. 4 trees, it was easily not even close to 50%. Also, I would have said, even if it was 50%, this is still the only location we could put the system. So we'd still be looking to put it here, but it's not even close to that 50%.
So, and how many bedrooms is this system?
How many bedrooms?
Yeah.
It is 4 bedroom.
Okay. Okay, as we move down, I'm just looking at Jan's.
Yeah, so we're on number 3. We're looking at the $500 waiver fee. I was actually I would look to get that waiver fee waived. And the reason I say that, based on what we just talked about, this is the only location these structures can go. Though it is within that 70-foot, there are no other locations on the site to put it to even have an option to do that. Gene has paid significant amounts for this voluntary upgrade that's going to already go on top of the price of this system. That's going to be in the range of $50,000. As you know, she's paid the bylaw fee, the state municipal notice of intent fee, the soil evaluation fee. She will be paying the septic fee, the advertising fee. I just think it's almost punitive at this point to say, hey, you can only put it here. Give us another $500 for that waiver.
Well, I think we have a policy relative to a grandfather policy relative to existing houses. And this house was put in during that period. So anybody have a concern about that?
Nope.
Okay, so I think they would just formalize a waiver of the waiver fee request.
Okay, number 4, Jen had mentioned the groundwater protection. Again, on a site that's 1 3/4 acres, this house here represents the only impervious amount. The math comes out to 2%. We didn't have it on the drawing, but I, again, didn't really think it warranted it. Thought it was fairly obvious, but it would be under 10, but we're at 2% coverage. That's it. The whole driveway is all gravel. And this is the only impervious part on site.
You could just add something as part of the narrative.
Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely.
Okay, you're
number 5 was the filter mitt sock. We can update that. We can update the detail. Our hope is to try to get this through tonight, but I think if Janet hasn't done a site visit, I don't know if that's going to be realistic.
And are you showing erosion control there currently?
We do. We have the erosion control line here and the squiggly line here. And we do have a detail, but we don't have the fence behind it.
Okay. And the erosion concern Janet had was, Janet, you wanted to tighten this up relative to the septic tank?
Yeah, that was one of the other comments. The reason we have this here, and you folks probably realize this, I mean, erosion control, this is the lowest elevation where that existing leach pit is now, that work is going to be performed. We have to dig that out, crush it down, fill it in, things like that, so that doesn't become a hazard. So that is the lowest elevation work will be performed. erosion control is really supposed to hug contour lines, so you don't make low points in it and stress the fence at one point. So the whole idea is to try to hug the same contour as much as possible. That's why we brought it down this low. And though we do bring it up this high, we're only coming up a little over a foot here across this site. And then just back it up. This is more limited work at this point, but that's the reason it is down here.
One part, basically, because you have to fill in your leach pit. So
Yeah,
you-
exactly. So that's the lowest
you have to-
elevation
It has to be
per
on the
se.
back side of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and if you look at the site pictures, you've been out there, it's fairly clear out there. It's not like this is dense woods. It's all just some grown trees and really no understory. So putting a temporary erosion there, in our mind, it functions better. It doesn't create a low point that's gonna fail. It allows it
Okay.
to spread that load across at a more realistic elevation.
Okay. Let's see, then we're looking at the tree cover. Again, you're saying 4 trees. Let's see, larger scale plan.
The larger scale plan, I mean, this is, if Janet needs these trees, if I zoom in, I can show you the trees. I got X, 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 and X. So there's 4 trees. We can make those bolder. I mean, we always submit every septic plan and every design plan we've done at 20 scale, even a 30 scale, never a 10 scale. But we can make these
So
more.
is this a 20, is this a 20 scale?
This is a 20 scale.
And you submitted paper copies?
Yes.
Okay, so Janet, I mean, that is normal. Janet, what was your concern trying to find those X's or?
Yeah, that was the primary concern. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can make those bolder, understandable.
And now that it's been zoomed in at, do you feel more comfortable with it, being familiar with the properties out there, of, 4 trees versus, 80?
Yeah, and does that list the species and the diameter?
It does. I have a 10-inch pine, 10-inch pine. Hold on. I think they're all just small pine trees. 10-inch pine, 10-inch pine, another something inch pine, and a 1, 2, it's like 3 10-inch.
Okay. Yeah, if on your revised site plan, which is all black and white, that can just be highlighted somehow.
Sure. Yeah, I'll bring those up. Bring them
Okay.
out into function.
Okay, so I think the scale is typical.
Yeah, 20 scale is going to be typical.
And then the language relative to for 8 and 9.
Yeah, again, we would like to have that condition, but if it's no chance of this closing tonight, then we'll put it on the site plan.
And let's see, you've been scrolling on your computer. I was waiting for you to scroll down on my computer.
So 8 and 9 was the language on the site plan. 10 was looking for existing lawn limits. I mean, it's really everything that's outside that tree limit, Janet. I mean, I'm happy to put the word lawn on there, but
you're basically using your tree line as your lawn line?
it is, exactly. Anything that beyond, at least, yeah, I mean, even over here, it's the same thing. We're not doing anything at this end, but yes, anything beyond that tree line that I just delineated earlier, this is all lawn, so.
Okay.
And then the
actual
submit a
surface
revised application that has the owner's signature. That was a download from the DEP's website, so it shows up electronic. You can't sign it there. We have the signature from Gene. We'll just update that and give you the signature page.
Okay.
And
moving things further upland.
we just
that
talked about that.
Yeah, Janet, there's that explanation, now that you recognize where the pit is and the fact that they have to excavate there, does that make more sense for the line?
Yep.
Okay. Great. So where we're looking at is relatively minor things, except for the question concerning forms, the fact that they used older forms for something that is relatively benign. And there's a question about the what we did relative to the RDA in December.
I would ask this, again, kind of what we talked about before. If the wetland line was for some reason to move, which I don't believe it would, even with the new forms, we are still constrained by this being the only location to put an upgraded system. Either way, this system, as I mentioned, in and of itself, is an upgrade over the existing system. So if this wetland line was to move, we'd still be proposing the same thing. And we'd still be outside the 50-foot that's required by Title V. We'd just be asking you for more permission to get closer to that 70. So.
Commissioners, are there any other questions concerning this?
No.
Is anybody, given the things that have been outlined, if we can come up with a proper wording, does anybody feel that this is something that could be voted on this evening?
John, I didn't list specific conditions.
That's okay. We can refer to the specific conditions that are normally included in this. But I'm just asking commissioners if given the nature of this, it is relatively simple. We've seen this before.
No, I think it's enough of an improvement as well to, proceed as is. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely
right. And then we'd get all the other. Yeah, we'd get all the other things that we were concerned about in terms of signature, the change on the plan for erosion control barrier.
John, can I mention one thing to you?
Yeah.
These plan changes that would be being required, we haven't submitted to the Board of Health yet. So as part of if you wanted to condition it, you could say these changes should be on that plan, and we can also submit this to Janet to review at the same time we put it into the Board of Health.
When are you expecting to do that?
ASAP. And probably realistically, next week or something like that. But since Board of Health hasn't reviewed it, part of the conditions could be, for the issuances that we submit the plan showing these changes, at least the wording, to Janet to approve.
Well, so if you're going to submit it to the Board of Health next week, they may not be able to review it for another week or two.
Board of Health is usually fairly quick about it. But I just didn't know if there was really something that you felt uncomfortable about that you wanted on the plan first. We could have a final plan that would have it on there via the Board of Health.
Yeah, no, I mean, part of this would be, we wouldn't give you the order of conditions or the, until we got the plan that incorporated those changes. So even if we voted tonight to approve, until we get those changes, you don't actually get the order of conditions.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So we'll do the same thing. We'd make it part of the Board of Health plan anyway, so.
Okay. And then I think, and that allows, so we could go ahead and vote to approve this with the changes, and outline the item numbers in Janet's, report, and, upon, to be submitted with a new plan, within the next 10 days. Does that make sense?
Fair enough.
Okay. Tim, you want to take let's see. So there are no other questions on this. Why don't we, do people feel comfortable in closing the hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, then
Yes.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move to close the hearing.
Thank you.
Okay.
All in favor? Jim?
Aye.
Sarah? Up, unmute. Up. Okay. Sarah, unmute, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aye.
Yeah. Okay. Tim?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Do we have, I don't see everybody on screen. Do we have anyone else here tonight?
Me, I vote for it.
Oh,
Aye.
there you are. Okay, now, yeah, you just kicked Janet off my screen. Actually, Jeff, can you take the plan off, please? So I can see everyone else. Thank you. Okay, so that covers everyone. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, here goes. Move to issue an order of condition subject to the receipt of a revised plan. Anything else? And our standard condition plus any special conditions that our agent might require.
And this would, with responding to regulatory report item numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And that's it.
Right.
Okay.
John?
Janet has a question, John.
Yep,
And the motion should include, and you're approving the waiver request to allow
I was
structure.
just, yeah, thank you. I was just gonna, yeah.
Oh.
So we're approving
We
a
have to
waiver
do that
request,
first, right.
when received. Or, well, we'll approve a waiver request. That would be one of the things that the applicant will submit.
Yes.
Okay, a waiver of the waiver request. Or waiver of the waiver fee. Okay.
And we are okay with the delineation then, correct?
I think we're gonna, yeah, I believe, given what we've seen and the fact that we reviewed a delineation of some form,
Okay.
and like you said,
John, that I have not reviewed any delineation on the site.
and
I didn't review it for the RDA for the reasons we talked about it. And then my question was that we didn't get the required forms, so I have not reviewed the delineation.
okay. So, and without that review, we're looking at basically Jeff's word as are you a PE, Jeff, or what's your,
Yeah, and soil evaluator too, and exactly EIT, PE. This was done by AES, who you guys have worked with before. I think Janet, you've worked with Russ before as well.
Mhm.
You know, again, had this changed slightly, 5, 10 feet either way, even it's still the same thing, but I can't imagine any changes to this wetland line.
well, we're trying to accommodate you here, obviously.
Yeah, I
Jeff.
understand.
Janet, do you see any way to, I mean, part of what Jeff said, well, all of what he said it makes sense. Do you see an ability to condition this upon anything that's that you need?
So what we have done in the past, we've made some exception. That we would there'd be a statement in the finding of facts that we have not approved the delineation because the required delineation forms were not submitted.
And did we get old forms, but we just didn't get the new forms?
That's right.
Is that okay? And what's the difference between the old and new forms?
The new forms are quite a bit more extensive. They look at hydrology, soils, as well as vegetation. They're much more complete.
And I'm
The
looking at the ones now that Russ had prepared. I mean, they're the same ones we've used in the last 20 years since I've been permitting in Dover, you know? So, and Russ has been around working this area for longer than that. I don't see any issue with Russ. Russ worked for us on the commission when I was on the commission myself. I mean, I see no issues with his delineations. I mean, Janet, I know you're familiar with him. I don't know to what level you feel comfortable with his delineations.
well, I think Janet's wording that she mentioned, that we accept this, but we are not verifying. What was the wording, Janet, in terms of
We're not approving the wetland delineation.
right, we're not approving the wetland delineation as submitted, but we will move forward and approve the system based on, you know, the history that generally they have been accurate.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So we have that motion in front of us. Do I hear a second?
Second,
All in favor? Sarah?
aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Jim and Tim. Anna?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay, so stay in touch with Janet, please, Jeff, to provide all those things prior to us actually handing over the order conditions.
Of course. Yeah, I appreciate all your help working with this. I'm sure Gene will too. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good night.
Night. Okay, then we have requested certificate of compliance for 8 Pagan Lane and 15 Farm Street. There are properties that abut Fuller Pond. Why don't you fill us in, Janet?
Yes, so both of these order of conditions were for doing aquatic management work at Fuller's Pond. We had needed more information. This was continued from actually September. We needed the annual aquatic management annual reports, which we had not received from Solitude for both of these. So we have received those. So the first one for 144-0511, I'm recommending approval of that based on my site inspection and confirming full compliance.
Okay, so I will entertain, let's see, I guess we'll close the CSU. Well, there's no hearing to close. We just,
Yeah.
is
I-
there?
I think we do. Move to
Okay,
close
let's
the
go.
hearing.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, Tim,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
Jim,
Uh,
Anna?
Aye.
I'm an aye. And entertain a motion to grant the COC
Move to issue a certificate of compliance for Fuller's Pond, the Fuller Pond Association of Fuller Pond.
for
Can I-
DEP number 144-511.
Yes.
I heard a second. All in favor, Anna?
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
Jim?
I,
I'm an aye as well. Okay, and then Janet, the next one?
The next one is for a more recent order of conditions for the aquatic
Mhm.
management plan.
Mhm.
There was a requirement in the order of conditions that the contractor Solitude was supposed to send a letter out to all the homeowner association members abutting the pond, informing them of the rules for pesticides and herbicide use, that they were not to be using herbicides, pesticides, and only organic lawn fertilizers within 100 feet of the pond. So there was nothing in the file that indicated that letter went out. The commission's concern when this was issued is that people's lawns go right up to the pond. Pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers all can increase the growth of all plants, but particularly aquatics. So I just want to make a note. I believe that the Fuller Pond Association will be coming back fairly soon for a new order of conditions, and we can address that then. But I just wanted to highlight that, you know, that was a requirement. It appears not to have been complied with. But I am recommending approval with the 4 permanent conditions that were outlined in the order of conditions.
Okay, thank you. I guess when we do address the new order conditions that they request, we make sure that we get CC'd on those letters. And also to bring people's attention to the previous hearing we had relative to 7274. There was Janet produced a letter from Charles River Watershed Associates, and this was the pond that they were talking about. And the concern about the lawns that go right down to the pond and pesticides, and the creation of a more fertile ground for invasive and aquatic plants there. So we'll just keep that in mind at the next time they come in front of us. So I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor, Anna?
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
Jim,
I,
I'm an aye. And entertain a motion to grant
Move to issue a certificate of compliance for DEP number 144-0804.
Mhm.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Anna?
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
Jim,
I,
and I'm an aye as well. Okay. Okay, then moving on to 55 Main Street, 144915. Why don't you fill us in, Janet, please?
So this was continued. I had wanted to do a site inspection with GLM, Joyce Hastings from GLM. to review the wetland line, also just look at the site in general. There was a potential vernal pool. I do believe it is a vernal pool. All work is further than 100 feet away. But my concern was that the area around the vernal pool has historically been mowed. I don't think it was a lawn, but it has been mowed to keep growth down. At our last meeting, we discussed keeping a protective buffer around a portion of the vernal pool. The applicant has agreed to do that. And Joyce, perhaps you want to share your screen just to show that that new restriction. And the applicants agreed to put permanent bounds around the vernal pool to prevent any disturbance in the buffer area.
Sure. So when we were out there, we identified an area of
Joyce,
fern and briar.
are you wearing an earbud is in addition to your computer mic, or we're getting an echo here?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep. And we hear just one of you.
All right. I don't have a good connection with my microphone, so we'll do the best we can.
Okay.
We identified an area of predominantly fern and briar around the front of this edge of the wetland. The vernal pool is interior to the wetland edge. So we proposed to put 3 wetland bounds to eliminate that. This allows them to walk past this area. There's a kind of an open mossy area without any, there's no shrub there. It's just an open, kind of a field area out behind. And it protects the area adjacent to that wetland / vernal pool.
Okay. Continue, Janet.
So the applicant and the consultant have addressed all the concerns that were previously discussed. So I am recommending approval with the 11 special conditions listed in my report. And there are 3 waiver approvals needed for this. The first is a portion of the new house is within the 70-foot structure. However, it doesn't go any further than the existing house. So it's
Interesting.
been grandfathered. Let's see, and then approval of the wetland delineation after December 1st and before April 1st. And then the third was a waiver to allow disturbance, which was minor grading and removal of a 16-inch tree within the 50-foot no disturbance setback. So
Okay.
I recommend approval of those 3 waivers, and then with the 11 special conditions.
So I believe we've only received the fee for one of the waivers. And the idea that the house is not going any further than the previous house, is that one that, can you waive that waiver fee? Is it, is that, or I guess that would be up to commissioners to determine, but it sounds like we would at least need at least one additional waiver fee submitted to Lori. How do commissioners feel about the one that
So I combined the 2 because we were making things better out there. We were within the 50-foot. I originally submitted the 2 waiver requests on the same application with a fee. And then we were requesting a waiver of the delineation fee, waiver fee.
So you're looking for a waiver,
So
of the
we've already
waiver?
submitted one.
So
A waiver
waiver
of
of
the
the
waiver.
waiver.
Fee.
So basically you're asking, you've submitted one $500 fee to cover the 50-foot setback?
The 2. Yes.
You-
So we I wrapped the two waiver requests for the 50 and the 70 on the same waiver request because it was activity that we were improving within the 50. Even
Okay.
though we are having activity in the 50, we're
Mhm.
improving what was there.
And so, and then
So
we're
I
also,
was requesting that there be one fee for that.
Mhm. And then for the delineation outside the.
But I was also
side-
requesting a waiver of the fee.
Mhm. And
Sorry,
because,
I have a really bad connection. I'm sorry.
yeah, I can tell, yeah, it just, I thought you, were hiccuping, but, um, the, and so the reason you want to, waive that waiver fee for the, delineation is why? I'm just looking for a
Is
reason.
because there was no snow, there was no, it doesn't seem, it seems like that's been something that you have been granting because of this particular season, this particular year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And commissioners, how does that, any input on that?
And I can confirm that the site conditions allowed for a delineation based on the vegetation there.
Okay, then.
I'm fine with that. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't,
okay.
the
Then,
only,
yeah,
Joyce, I had just had one question, and this circles back to two things we've talked about before on this project. There's a intermittent stream on 56 that then crosses under Main Street, was buried at one point. You show it on the drawing as a drainage pipe, but then does open up again to free air and would be construed as an intermittent stream. And we did call it out as an intermittent stream on 56. So I don't know how far that would reach over to you.
So I'm gonna share my screen again and just show you where
Yep.
that outlet. So we look, uh,
Mhm.
are you able to see my screen?
Yep,
Yep.
we got it, yep.
All right, so this is the end of the pipe comes across the street, and that's the outlet down here.
Yep. Where's
Mhm.
100 feet?
So our buffer zone more than covers that.
Okay. And then does the 56 side have any impact on you?
You mean the
No.
pipe itself or the exit of the
It's
pipe?
open stream on that side.
Yeah, no, it doesn't
Oh,
impact us.
across the street, you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, and 56 has been before us. That was called out as an intermittent stream, and they
Mhm,
has to remove
mhm.
some trees in there. So I do know it is a stream.
Yeah, so that seems to be, it's on the other side of the street in the right of way.
Yep.
And
Right, down in the lawn, so
Yeah.
it did not.
I don't see that being, as
Yep, I just wanna highlight that.
critical component there. No, it's up to 56 to make sure that, but even they are outside the buffer, but it's a matter of what happens, whether or not anything would get down there. And meanwhile, this is lower elevation than all of that. Okay, then, so it seems that, we can vote to approve the waivers and the waiver of the waiver fees. Well, we can close the hearing. Jen, are there any other questions that, we need to address before we close the hearing on this?
No, I think it's straightforward. The special conditions include our signage, our permanent bounds, our regular filter compost sock, which was sewed on the site plans, and our monthly progress reports.
Okay, then I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor, Sarah,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Anna.
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Let's see, entertain a motion to approve the waiver for work done in the 50 and 70-foot structure setback.
Yes. Move to waive the no disturb setback for structures inside the 70-foot no structure setback under the commission's grandfather policy.
We have a
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Sarah,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Anna,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Next, waiver,
Oh,
the 50-foot,
move to issue a waiver for the wetland delineation after December 1st
and waive the fee for
and
that.
waive the fee, yes.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor, Jim,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
Anna, Tim,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Okay.
Um,
Yes, move to waive the 50-foot no disturb setback for for the same reasons.
okay. And incorporate the original waiver fee into that.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, Sarah,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Anna,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to grant the order conditions.
Okay, move to grant an order of conditions of, where are we?
Isn't that a notice of intent?
Well,
no.
we're gonna.
We issue an
we're gonna
order of
grant an order
conditions for the
conditions
notice of intent.
Right.
Yeah, we're
Uh,
for 55.
or
Main.
50,
Main
yeah,
Street.
55 Main Street, with the conditions outlined by our agent, in addition to the following findings of fact
Mhm.
by the same
As
agent.
well as the special conditions.
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor, Sarah,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
let's see, Anna.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay, then, you know the drill. Night, Joyce.
Thank you very much.
Good night, Joyce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, actually I have, next I have is a, discussion for the Friar Land Grant, and an open space memo. Who is going to be handling that? Normally it would be Amy, but Amy's not here tonight. So Janet, can you fill us in on anything on that?
I have not really been that involved, but I do know, I think the commission was comfortable with this. They wanted a site inspection and feedback from the town engineer on a small dam.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if anyone here was on that site visit, but I believe the feedback is that there were no concerns with the dam, and then the open space committee is recommending approval.
Okay, and did we get a memo from the open space?
I believe we did.
Lori, did you get that?
Yes, I did send that out before the last meeting because it was on the agenda for,
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I remember. Yeah, so they welcomed it and had no issues with it.
Mhm.
Okay. Anything, Jonathan, that you'd like to bring to our attention regarding this?
No, I don't think so. We had a nice site visit. It's a beautiful
Mhm.
day. Too bad nobody else was there. You would have enjoyed it. And that's about it.
Okey-doke. And is there any wording that we need to do relative to 53G or anything of that sort, Janet, on this? Or is this stuff that can be handled administratively or dealt with at a later meeting?
I think we should follow up with Amy on that.
Mhm.
I think the language had been reviewed by town council, but I am not sure. So
Mhm.
I would suggest we defer on this until Amy can be at a meeting.
Okay, anything critical in the next 2 weeks, Jonathan, regarding this land?
No, not at
Okay,
all.
then I think we should, yeah, let's get our paper and attributions in a row here, and then we'll go ahead and do so at the next meeting. So appreciate your presence and patience and your land. No.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and we'll put it on for a vote next week or the next meeting.
Great.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Let's see, then 10 Draper Road. Oh, maybe Jonathan's sticking around. The restoration plan discussion, is Paul here? Oh, there he is. Paul McManus? Are you in the room? So we're just waiting for Paul to come back or hear us. Let's see what we have here. Oh, because we need him for the next one as well. 30 much. Let me see if I can text him. Oh, there he is. Great. Welcome, Paul. We are on 10 Draper Road. And so if you, I just want, Janet, oh no, you're not actually, you're in place of Janet. Why don't you fill us in on where we stand there and let us know how we can proceed.
Sure. So the owners had, well, I should step back. Following the last meeting, I had drafted a proposed enforcement order, a so-called friendly enforcement order, as discussed, which essentially authorized and mandated at the same time the owners to implement some restoration that was negotiated on the site. With that, I prepared a narrative that kind of, I did my best to kind of explain the history, how we got to the point that the commission and the owners are at, and put that all in paper to the owners. They in turn came back with some proposed edits, which I characterized generally as kind of housekeeping things. You know, there was a couple pieces of information that I didn't have about the old original order and that sort of thing. They filled in that. They did propose some other things. There's some language in there that I characterize as legalese that I defer from commenting on. I know Janet was a little bit concerned about that. Frankly, it is the sort of language that's not typically an enforcement order, which is usually rather one-sided in direction. But you know, in my view, what's proposed is consistent with what the commission had agreed upon at the last meeting. Deb Anderson had provided some additional information. We had talked at the last time, if you remember, I was concerned about some of the plantings under the trees. Deb had proposed an alternative planting scheme for that area, which I thought was appropriate. So from the technical side, and again, I defer a little bit away from the legal side, but from the technical side, I think what's proposed makes sense within the parameters that the commission defined. By that I mean it's less than a full return to the original order of conditions from 5 or so years ago, from the condition that was supposed to be there, but it's a substantial restoration of existing developed areas to a renaturalized condition rather. So it's as Mr. Chairman, you had discussed, it's a compromise position that neither party is entirely happy with.
Mm-hmm. And thank you, Paul. Janet, you had mentioned that you had some comments on this in your regulatory report. You want to go ahead and bring us up to date? I'm just reviewing this draft for the first time. And I don't know who has been redlining things on the draft that I have, or if we're going to be working on a final draft tonight. So Jen, why don't you fill us in?
So Paul had submitted the first draft. I had added our standard buffer zone restoration requirements, and some of those got incorporated. And then the owner also made some revisions. And I thought, rather than adding even my additional revisions, which aren't major, that we would review the enforcement order tonight. So I don't know if someone could, I think it would be appropriate to share it and to have us walk through the enforcement order. And so that, I'm not sure if this went out to the full commission or not. But I think it would be prudent just to review it tonight.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Paul, do you have that by any chance?
I do. I'm just finding them. I just want to make sure I have the right version here. Jonathan Fryer, January 23 of 24. Is that correct?
I think that's a later one.
I have a draft that looks like it's March 7th, 2024.
Let's see.
Or 17. It looks like the twos were crossed out.
John, that's the latest draft. And those comments are our markup, which Paul then reviewed, and he submitted his summary email to you guys explaining that he was generally signed off on these comments. So there's also Paul's email, which should be included in this package.
Yeah, and I'm just curious to see. I saw a little bit of the legalese in there, which I understand. But let's so what's our best way to review this as a commission? Paul, do you want to Paul, do you want to touch base on this, or is this something
yeah, somebody other than me is this is Artie screen sharing. He jumped in, I guess.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. Okay,
so Artie, if you want to roll down, the first is kind of just introductory.
So why don't we stop if we roll up? So is that part of the legalese in terms of the go up a little bit more? Okay, owners acknowledge and agree to the express obligations of planting plan and site plan. Doesn't sound like a wetland scientist. So is that your who's the author of this?
I think that was really my words. May have been tweaked, but with respect to waiving rights, but it was my intent that they, I think the owners modified this, but it was really my intent that they they agree to implement what's proposed, in short.
Right, and they're also saying that they're based, but that they're incorporated into this whole agreement is we've covered everything, and anything else that was done by previous owners is off the table at this point. Once we agree to that, is that in essence what that is saying?
Well, it's not necessarily off the table, but it's just not part of this.
Okay.
So anything
under the table? No, to the side. Okay, so okay, go ahead, Paul. Lead on.
The rest, as we roll down, are just kind of the documents, the revised plan, the revised planting plan. As I said, that Deb had modified at my request. The planting plan had some tweaks. There was some discussion about timing, and basically the owners, we had put in some hard deadlines. They wanted to soften that a little bit, so that if unforeseen conditions prevent them, but they're committing to make every reasonable effort to get it done, get it in the ground this spring.
I just
I just had one comment on here. So the goal is this spring or the growing season or the fall. But then this says, or the spring growing season a year from now in 2025. That just raised a little bit of a red flag.
Yep, I mean, it's a reasonable flag. Jonathan, have any, do you want to address that?
Hold on one second. Where exactly was that?
This is page 4.
Oh, page 4. All right.
Where it starts, they redlined early spring growing season of 2024.
Yeah, I think the point of this was that, yeah, we're going to do the best we could, but we're already at the end of March.
Well, we're looking at, how many plants are we looking at? We're
205.
Oh, is it really? Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought it was a little less than that. And you're also hoping to come, are you planning to submit an NOI for some additional work this year, or is there going to be next year, or what's the thought?
Yeah, John, that's at the end of the enforcement order. That's relating to the pool restoration, just sort of memorializing that, hey, this order, which is gonna, because basically the deal that we struck and what's reflected here is once we do the planting and we give you the letters from Artie and Deb, you'll give us the certificate of completion, but then a second sort of hammer will be there for you, which is the letter of completion. And all it's saying is that once you give us the certificate, we can move forward with submitting an RDA or something for the pool work. We
Okay,
just didn't
so you're
want
not
to
looking-
delay 2 or 3 years because we have a 2-year growing plan. So that we agreed on that. It's just memorializing that, but that's at the end of the order.
Okay. So you're not looking to run these parallel. You're looking, you're going to take care of this before you move on to the next.
Exactly. We wanted to, we're not going to do anything until we get the certificate of compliance from you guys.
We don't issue a certificate of compliance for an enforcement order.
But we can issue a letter saying that it's.
Yeah, we can.
Well, but remember though, there's an outstanding order of conditions, which is the request for the certificate of compliance is what put these folks where they currently are. They were trying to close out their predecessor's order, and that's what brought this whole matter to light. So there is that certificate of compliance that they still want to get closed out.
Yeah, and that will quiet title going forward, and that's
yeah. So it's
okay.
And then that's so ultimately there's two sign-offs that will be needed. There's the old certificate of compliance from the order that they inherited, which is now expired, and then there's a certificate of completion. I forget the exact term. We kind of invented a term. It's not a formal COC,
right.
but it's a written certification by the commission eventually that they've reached the finish line and including the monitoring with respect to the restoration.
The enforcement order. Okay.
And the enforcement order, right? So they need to close out the old order, and then a couple of years from now they need to close out this enforcement order.
Okay. So the concerns, I guess, and I share Janet's concern, which is we're still there, spring wise. It's felt warmer than it really, prematurely warmer. But the concern about not being able to get this done within either this spring or next fall, are any of the plants particularly arcane, or why? Where are the concerns here?
Is Deborah here to answer that, or?
I don't know.
Deb's here.
I'm here. That was
Oh, there's
more.
yeah, Deb's here.
Oh.
Go ahead, Deb.
I think Martin, was that your
Yeah, look, I think we were just looking for flexibility. It's a big project. We first have to move fences and we have to move a very large sprinkler system. Things could happen in life. We just wanted to build ourselves flexibility. If you find it offensive, I think we can get it done this spring probably. And if it's an issue, we would love to get this signed off tonight. So if it's a problem, in concept, So if it's an issue for, us to have flexibility to next spring, we're happy to drop that and just say this spring and this fall. I'm sure we can do it. We weren't trying to be difficult, but just God forbid we lose our jobs and we can't, this is going to cost us $50,000. And we're not in a position to do that work. We don't want to have a foot fault with you guys where we're in technical violation now of this covenant.
So, I think part of this, I haven't read, we haven't scrolled all the way down. Does this mention monthly progress reports?
The progress reports that Paul signed off on would be annually in the previous plans that we submitted.
Yeah, so that's that. Yeah, those are typically for just to see how things are going relative to the planting and survival rate. Normally, when we have, for example, when we have regular orders of conditions, just to keep everybody's eye on the ball, we have a monthly progress report. If you had no progress, you just write a thing saying, we haven't had subcontractors or whatever. If you're having difficulty getting particular plants, you'd write a couple, a paragraph saying, we have this, this, and this, but that way it continually brings it back to your focus as well as keeping it in our focus as to why, what's going on with the project, so that we don't hear
So
about
sorry,
it.
yeah, I think we do that in clause Y. If there was a delay, it says we or Deb would promptly provide written notice of such delay and the subsequent installation dates. So I think that is your concern. We're planning to do this in one day.
Yeah, I think we just find it's been very helpful. Once we instituted this a number of years ago, it keeps everybody's eye on the ball, and it doesn't take much. Even if we've gotten some in that just say nothing happened, but we prefer the ones that tell us what's happening.
So once all the plantings are installed, then does it turn into the yearly monitoring?
Then it becomes, we can, as in this particular case, as an enforcement order, or we can certainly do that, and then it becomes the regular annual.
Okay,
but
so it's just up until the plantings go in that you know.
Exactly. Yep.
So John, just so we understand, we're planning, assuming we can agree in principle and get sign off on this tonight. I'm gonna tell my fence guys to move the fence tomorrow, hopefully. We're planning on doing this all, frankly, in the next couple weeks, because we're worried about 205 shrubs and 4 trees that we're going to need to put in. So I guess we're not opposed to that, but as you'll see later down, we're obligated to then separately Deb and Artie to deliver as-built plans and an additional sort of completion report to you. So I don't know really what interim reporting we'd be doing, because Deb's report is and Artie's report is going to contain that information.
Yeah, I think the main thing is, it sounds like a great plan. This is just a way so that if a month from now you tell us that you planted 205 plants, then everything goes into Artie and Deb, and we move forward with the annual reports. But if everything doesn't come together, a month from now you let us know what's happening. That's basically what the need is for the annual thing. As you may have all the good intentions in the world, but if something happens, we just need to know so that we're not in the dark about it. There's no punitive nature or anything like that. It's just a matter of making sure that everyone's still paying attention.
Sure. And how is that, maybe I'm misunderstanding, how is that not addressed by clause Y, which says we would give you prompt written notice of a delay in any subsequent installation?
I think it basically just, it becomes incumbent upon you to
I think, John, I really don't think we need to discuss this anymore. We're requiring these reports. If you don't want to comply, just let us know. I'm really done talking about this. We want a report monthly.
It's not a big deal. We require it of basically everybody, and I think Jim's right there. So just
Sorry, I'm just trying to say, what is the report gonna kind of just
if you did work, you tell us what you did. If you completed the project, you completed the project. If you had a delay, you tell us you had a delay.
If you
simple.
So if you planted 50 plants within that time period, you tell us you planted 50 plants. And we expect to see it, and by the first of each month, and then just and then everyone's up to speed. It's not a big deal, and we know where things are at.
Sure,
And,
we'll add a new covenant obligated delivering that report.
mhm. Okay, why don't we move down? Is there, Paul, is there anything else in particular here that or Janet, because I don't know who did the redlining here, so.
So I just had a question. If you go back to 3, generally, we require seasonal monitoring reports, which that language was added as number 6, but it was striked out. But usually we do require seasonal reports, not just one annual report for a restoration.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe what's being proposed here by the owners is just an annual report.
Mm-hmm.
I think, so we were talking about, so normally I'm used to doing one at the end of the growing season, beginning of fall. So the second report you're looking for in the beginning of spring, is that just to see what made it through the winter?
Yes.
I'm
Yep.
just trying to figure out what the purpose of the first one is.
Yeah, it gives us two views annually of survivability. And it's pretty simple. You can go out, do an inventory. If you see winter kill, so if you find it better to wait until April, you know, to do that rather than March, that's fine too. It just gives us winter kill versus what flourished, you know, during the summer, or whether there was any drought kill.
Debbie, that's fine. All we were trying to do last meeting, we discussed annual reporting, and it seemed, Paul was fine with that, and you guys were fine with that when we agreed on the deal here. So we were just trying to reflect what was agreed upon. If you want something more, that's fine with us. We were just trying to be very consistent with what you told us at the last meeting.
No, and I understand that and appreciate it. And you know, with certain projects, we get quarterly reports.
Okay.
I think you have enough sun protection there and things like that. I think 2 would be fine.
So if I do a baseline report, once the plantings are in, documenting that, which will be this spring, that counts as the first report.
Yep.
And then the second one would be at the end of the growing season.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think probably April and well, at the end of this year, after the planting, then October, then next April, and the following October.
Yep.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, the implementation plan, implementation report is already specified in here.
Yep. Okay. Scrolling down, Paul or Janet, Artie, can you go ahead and Janet, were there anything else that you had for notes?
Yep, number 4, the last sentence has been taken out. That's usually a site meeting immediately before the plantings go in. So the plantings are on site, they stay in their pots. I come out, I review the restoration plan with Deb or whoever is overseeing that. That's a standard. That's one of our standard requirements.
Yep. And who has an issue with that?
Paul's feedback to us was we had talked about this at great length, and we're just trying to get this done because it's a really, it seems like a very big project for us. And I think we're all aligned about what it looks like. You can always come and visit. So we just wanted to kind of get this all done as soon as possible because.
Yeah, I think is there erosion control involved in this? I don't recall.
We're doing it voluntarily in a few places, just where we think that there's a little bit of a slope. I already talked to my landscaper and Deb, and we're going to be putting that down to make sure that the seed mix doesn't flow down. Just as an abundance of caution, though we don't think it's necessary. And again, this is not trying to be difficult. We're just trying to move quickly given time.
No, and well, Janet lives in town. She can move very quickly when it comes to this. So but this is a standard requirement for all parties.
Okay.
So let's pull that out of there and or undo the red line and keep what was there.
Sure, we will revise it and for Janet and Paul's review.
Okay, and let's see, Janet, next concern.
So in number 5, we generally require 75% cover by
Mhm.
planting. What's been changed here is 75% survival.
And tell me what the
Uh,
difference is.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the 75% survival is very typical.
Mhm.
If you're looking at 75% cover, within 2 years, it doesn't really make sense to me. You know, if you're planting trees that are gonna mature and, you know, over time take up, space, you're putting in shrubs that are going to increase in size over several years. So you kind of take that into account when you're determining spacing and how many shrubs you're putting in.
Mhm.
Um,
I
so
think
as
it's
far
easy.
as
It's
coverage, it
easier.
doesn't really
The-
make sense
Yeah,
within
I think
2 years.
it's easier. It's easier to count items than to come up with a percentage of cover. So I'm fine with that change there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the other
especially
thing,
since
John,
they will be growing and maturing. Sorry,
Paul?
Paul.
yeah, what my view of this is where a lot of the goal was to get woody cover in there.
Mhm.
I thought that this made sense, because one can accomplish the 75% cover, without having any woody vegetation. But
Mhm.
where the goal was to actually create the woody plant community, this seemed to be in my view, seemed to be a better yardstick.
So the survivability as opposed to cover. Is that, yeah,
Correct.
okay. I agree. Okay, Janet, next.
And then number 6, the whole number 6, I think should be kept in. That's what we just talked about. For the seasonal, spring after leaf out, fall after leaf drop.
So,
Monitor.
Janet, just to clarify here, the way, the drafting provenance here was Paul initially, Artie, could you scroll up, included the seasonal reporting, like sort of details in condition 3, as you can see that. So what happened when he included your separate 6, we had dueling sort of covenants around reporting, if you look. So what I did was I took all of those details that you had and just cohered them, because we basically had 2 covenants addressing the same subject matter. We agree that we need to have seasonal reporting so we can update it that way. But it was just a technical drafting issue. We had 2 reporting covenants instead of 1. And that's just because Paul drafted and then he included some separate provisions that you dropped in, and there wasn't coherence among them. So if you look, all of this stuff that I added, which are additional obligations about physical characteristics, overall status, plant stability, that's mortality, that's all from your section 6. I think the only change we need to make is to clarify that the reporting will occur twice a year instead of annually.
And where do we put the monthly reporting during installation?
We will add that as a separate covenant between 2 and 3, just saying we need to give you monthly, status reports first of the month. And I think you said, though, if we're able to do the planting in April, because we're now in March, you'd be okay with that. Debbie's sort of planting confirmation serving as the initial report, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just add that in as a separate obligation, so it's very clear.
Okay. Continue, Artie, thanks. Janet, does that answer? It does seem like there's a lot of overlap there.
Yeah.
Does that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any next item, Janet, on your concern?
So number 6, originally, the initial planting plan, we wanted within 2 weeks. That was changed to promptly, which is a little ambiguous. We could change it to 3 weeks.
Sure, we're just trying to avoid foot faults. People get sick. I think a member of my team had COVID. Again, we didn't want to sort of show up 2 weeks in one day and have sort of say, well, now you're in violation of this obligation, and kind of blow this all up.
We have many other things on our plate. We're not going to be concerned about a few days. But I think 3 weeks is fine.
Okay. Sure.
And obviously, but we'll keep track of brownie points. So, 2 weeks, so, okay.
Sounds good.
Next, Janet.
Okay, 8 and 9 have to do with 8, 9, and 10 have to do with our required signage. The no dumping sign, no pesticide fertilized sign, and then permanent bounds. Generally, that's something that I meet with the property owner on site. And we agree on the locations, and we use our standard language. So that has come out.
Mhm.
The review about locations, the site plan that is shown shows the permanent bounds and the signage beyond the plantings.
So-
And be, so that, usually we want the signs up front at the edge of lawn, very visible, so that they're effective. So someone doing lawn work can see a no dumping sign from the lawn, but how they're placed on the site plan, they are back behind the plantings.
So Artie, so what we were trying to do here, and this is Paul's recommendation, which we agreed with, rather than coming back to you with locations, we just thought we would propose them up front, which, Artie, can you scroll down to the bottom so the commission can see where we proposed it? Paul's view was that what we proposed was reasonable. You'll remember we have a fence bordering all this and it's very wooded. So it would just be a sign a few, 10 feet in within the natural sort of forest there saying, hey, you can't dump here. Again, we have a fence all around here, so the delineation is very clear.
And
The
then,
red
but then,
dots are the two different kinds of signs, the no dumping sign and the no pesticide sign.
right, but then as you curve down to incorporate your gravel walk,
Yeah,
you have those there. And these signs, the initial concern for most homeowners is these things are going to stand out like a sore thumb. That's part of the reason of Janet meeting with you. She's she pays attention to that as well. And so it really helps to have her out there once you have things planted, because things may appear differently. And it doesn't take much time or anything like that. It just gets it's a sign off so that you don't have any issues after the fact. You may find that if you go ahead and put them, and Janet's concern is correct here, depending on how much cover is there on that curved area of land, a landscaper come through with a bunch of brush and just dump it and not notice the sign if it's at the end. And so I think I don't see any reason to treat this differently than we treat other things. And I appreciate there may have been some overlap with between Paul and Janet, but that's the wording that Janet uses, we use with everyone. So I'd like to maintain that. Artie, can you take us back up there, please?
and just a question, because no one on well, okay. Where do we buy these signs? We kind of didn't know where we could get them with this exact language.
Basically, you provide the language, and that's what Janet will give you, the exact language, and to the sign company. And these are I don't know if they're 8.5 by 11 or 9 by 12. They're and they'll just set it up, and the vinyl prints it onto the sign. Janet, have you worked with any vendors?
Yes, I'll be able to give you the specific language and a couple vendors once after we've met on site.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we unstrike those? And where are we?
So number 10, the fence shall constitute the required permanent bounds. So they're proposing no permanent bounds. Is that correct?
Yes, our thinking was the fence is very clear and we have a gravel walk. It's, these are very definite boundaries. Having after the team explained to me what the point of these permanent bounds is, this seemed to really serve that function.
I think we have accepted fences in the past. The point about the bounds is that they're not easily pulled out.
And just to that effect, we added a covenant actually that would require us to seek your permission to move the fence. So you would have protection that we can't even move the fence. So it would truly serve that purpose.
Do you want to, is it a wooden, what kind of fence is it?
It's a wooden split rail fence with mesh, with metal to keep out animals.
And are the other posts embedded in concrete or are they just the ground contact?
I mean, do we want the round marking, marking medallions on the top of the post?
That's a good point. So I don't know if you're Martin, we have on these bounds, we have usually a 2 or 2.5 inch aluminum circle that has some wording on it that makes it clear that that's a boundary.
Happy to do that. Yep,
yeah,
that's
and
fine.
then-
We'll
and you-
we'll add that to
Okay.
Tim. Sorry, and just so I know how to describe it, sorry, Jim, can you say that again?
Yeah, it's actually Artie was the originator of these, so he knows what it is. It's like
I'll talk to Artie and
it's like
have
a
it right.
3-inch round disc that says conservation bound. You know what I mean?
Yeah, got it. Okay. we'll get that in.
Janet, do you recall what typically is said on those?
Yes, yep, we have that. That's a spec. I can send that to you. Yep.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
So let's incorporate that into things. I don't know if you're doing this dynamically, Martin, or if
No, I'm actually also doing work right now, so I'm just remembering it, and I'll work with, if it's okay with the commission, and just want to have authorization. So if we can work with Janet and Paul to, reduce this to writing, I'll take a crack at it, and they can confirm that works.
Okay. Janet, any other items?
So 11, well, the word reasonable, the commission's reasonable discretion, that was a little bit of a red flag. I don't know how picky we want to get here. I know it's getting late. But for the certificate of compliance, we will require a new certification letter. I'm not sure, this language in 11, it was a little confusing.
So I think that was just to make clear, like, what we're talking about here, because, in light of our projects, we're saying that once we, complete the restoration to your satisfaction, we deliver to you Artie's letter and Deb's letter, you'll issue, and you're happy with it, you will issue the certificate of compliance to us, and all the other obligations, the signage, the monitoring period, we'll get a letter of completion 2 years from now, again, to your satisfaction. I was just trying to clarify that. If you want to move the word reasonable, we have no issue with that. It was just, look, we've agreed on what the parameters are. We don't, we're just kind of worried about kind of getting into an endless cycle. So we're just trying to be clear about what's required.
Okay,
Go ahead, Janet.
yeah, I think 11's okay then.
Okay. Anything else?
Artie, can you
Janet?
scroll down a little bit?
Janet, was there anything else?
The certificate of compliance, so let's see. Number 12, issuance of the certificate of compliance, the middle paragraph contain the following continual perpetual conditions.
Artie, scroll down more.
There are additional conditions. Our standard permanent conditions are no fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides in the 100 feet, no dumping. So there's something left out of here. Our standard.
Janet, that's already in our deed. We worked on that with you, and that's been filed with the land court. That's memorialized in a separate document in our deed. All of the 3 standard conditions that you provided and you signed off on.
And those are typically what's on the signs that you have?
Yeah.
As well. Does that answer things, Janet, for you?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But I do see it prohibits trimming, cutting, or other alteration, but pruning has been taken out.
Yeah, Debbie and I talked about this. We just wanted the ability, if things are encroaching upon the fence and damaging it, that we would engage in have the right to just prune it back. That's it. We didn't want to have a technical fault if it's sort of becoming very overgrown onto the fence. That's all we're trying to do. We're not going to be removing this. You obviously have the right to come on our property and look at it. And there's a monitoring period. So that's all we're saying. And also if the plant is dying, it needs to be pruned in order to help it survive. This was a comment that, you know, Deb suggested and we thought really made sense. In order to save some of the plants, we may need to prune them.
Okay,
But that's kind of semantics. I think pruning, trimming, and cutting are kind of all the same thing. If you want like a reserved right to prune for safety purposes, maybe you'd have some language in there to that.
Sure, we talked
Isn't
about that.
pruning's kind of like an exempt activity, I would imagine. You know, it's people hire arborists to prune, you know, and there could be,
Not
yeah.
the wetlands.
Hey,
Well,
well,
this isn't in the wet.
No, I
Yeah,
understand. But you
yeah, these are, so, if you, I think to clarify, maybe, throw in something between A and B that specifically says that, you know, pruning for the health of, you know, of the plants is permitted.
Yeah, sure. We'll add a proviso. Would it be okay to prune again to prevent like overtaking the fence? Again, you know, reasonable, or we'll put it absolutely necessary to prevent encroachment upon the fence.
I would say the fence and the walk.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
Okay.
And
Janet, next.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Scroll.
yeah, the last sentence, upon reasonably satisfactory completion. So
Happy to strike that.
I would take that out. Yeah.
Okay.
And that was all I had. That was it.
Okay. And
I
so
just want to
then,
make, sorry, I just want to make sure we're all aligned. The way we have it set up is the signage, we would get the certificate after we give you the letter from Paul and Artie saying, sorry, from Artie and Deb about the planting and the as-built plan. And the signage would be like with the monitoring, a condition to getting the letter of completion, just so we can get this done and move along, because we're not going to sort of do anything until with this very big project that we have with our pool refresh until we get the certificate from you.
no, so the signage is part of, you know, you put that after you put your plants, so that,
Yeah.
because that's what you're protecting.
Great.
Okay. But
And then
before you get a letter.
Yep, the letter of completion, right. And then the rest is basically just saying what we talked about. Happy for you to read it, just saying we've disclosed our intention to do a pool refresh at a spa, you know, fix a lot of things because the pool's very old. And all that's saying is that we may submit an application for an RDA or a notice of intent, and that you agree that, you know, the fact that there's technically, you know, letter of completion outstanding is not going to prevent you from reviewing this project. And this is more just to memorialize what we've all talked about, so that when we talk to you a year later from now or whatever, we all remember kind of what was discussed.
See, but when we also discussed that basically you would not expect to be doing any of this work until after you did the restoration.
Correct. Nothing then. And so basically the sequence would be move the fence, move the sprinkler system, do the restoration, get the certificate from you, put the signs up, do the monitoring, and sometime later, and we need to talk about this, we need to do flagging for the new wetland lines and start talking about where the hot tub would be and, you know, redoing the concrete, etc., and that broader project. And
So
that would
kind of-
all happen later on.
So as we look at that last paragraph there, you're saying we agree to consider the application for the spa and pool work on its own merits, even though the enforcement letter of completion shall not have been issued at the time of application. So you're looking to submit this prior to the certificate of completion.
We're going to have the certificate of completion in a month or two when we do the restoration, but the enforcement order letter of completion, that second document, we're not going to get for 2+ years. So
Right.
we're saying,
So you're looking to have the ability, once you've done the plantings, but haven't had that 2-year frame, be able to submit an application to us.
yeah, exactly. So we don't have to wait 2+ years in order to do this. It's
Oh
going
yeah,
to take
no,
us
I was just under the impression when we spoke about this earlier that you were going to wait the 2+ years. So I'm just I unless I misheard that.
No, that's why we're doing this sort of bifurcated structure, is so that we can get the certificate and feel confident that we've closed this issue out while you still have enforcement authority over us. Because let's say if we do need a notice of intent, I think we talked about there can't be two, file numbers
Right.
outstanding. And so it
Mhm.
would, administrative matter, preclude us from moving forward, even if you wanted to allow us to move forward. So that's all we're trying to solve here.
So you're looking for, and it seems that there are two letters you'd be looking for. One is a certificate of completion, and then one is closing out the enforcement order.
Which,
So-
which is
Right, certificate of compliance. Let's
Yeah.
keep the
Compliance,
keep the
Yes.
terminology
Excuse me. Yeah.
clean.
Mhm.
So this should say in this lower paragraph on the screen, I believe, should say certificate of compliance
Yes, you're right.
with
That is a
respect
typo.
to, probably the best thing to do, Martin, is certificate of compliance for file number, whatever that old file number is.
Yep. I'll
And-
define it that way, so it's very clear, and then you'll still have the letter of completion. But yeah, you're right. That is I understand John's confusion now. That is a typo there.
Mhm.
So there are some changes here. We would really love if we could get your approval. We are not allowed to do anything, and we have talked to Lovell's Nursery multiple times, and we're sort of actually outside of the window to guarantee getting all of the plants at the right sizes that you guys want. They
Mhm.
told us by mid-March. You guys weren't around at the last meeting, so I think we've talked to them kind of every couple of days to kind of keep that. It's a special order that we have to do, and we're going to have to outlay $20,000. So we couldn't take the risk. We would love if we could get approval in concept of this enforcement order and then memorialize it. Working with Paul or and Janet, or some sort of provisional approval such that we're not in violation starting the work tomorrow. Because
And I think we can come up with something. I'm just a little concerned because we're only 2/3 of the way through the document. What else is down there?
oh, the rest is just the action, the pictures, and
Oh,
then the
okay,
actual
okay. No, I
form.
just
Yeah,
I just
the
wanted
form.
to,
Yeah,
yeah, I
we
just
filled
wanted to
in the
be,
form. Yeah.
I didn't see what was there, so I didn't want to, could have been anything saying, notwithstanding the above, the owner has the right to do whatever they feel like. Let's see, commissioners, I understand the concerns here, and they actually seem to align with ours. We're looking at some Scrivener issues here. How do people feel about allowing this to proceed? And then be and then touch base with an update 2
Yeah,
weeks from here.
I think it's in our interest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
Okay.
seems straightforward.
Okay,
Mhm.
finally, we have something straightforward.
I agree.
Okay, how do we best word this? Oh, word master Tim.
Oh,
Can I try?
sure.
I would suggest that there be a motion to issue the enforcement order as drafted with I don't know, there was 7 or 8, I have on a list, 7 or 8 changes that were discussed tonight, subject to, those changes being drafted and verified.
And allow the homeowner to proceed immediately.
Sure.
Okay.
What he said.
Okay, good. Thank you. Tim, all in favor? Tim?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Jim? Sarah?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Go for it, guys.
Thank
Get
you
this
so
all
much.
wrapped up.
Appreciate all the work. We'll be in touch with the revised order. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye. Okay, we are then, while we're on enforcement orders, 12 and 14 Miller Hill. Paul, why don't you fill us in? I've seen furious emails going back and forth.
Yeah, well, they've been busy.
Or no,
but not furious.
emails going back and forth furiously. They weren't
Yeah,
necessarily.
there you go. That's better. That's better. So I see Steve, and I think Chris Paulton is on, or was earlier anyway.
Yep, he's there.
There
Yep.
he is. So we've met by Zoom several times. Steve has drafted some things. Chris was good enough to help fill in some technical blanks based on his experience. And there's not a final document to put in front of the commission. But at this point, it's definitely moved forward. And I would say most of the technical issues have Steve's put pen to paper. And I'll let Chris speak for himself, but I think we're both comfortable that the plan is good, it makes sense, and it will get everyone where they want to be. Chris, you
No, I'm
want?
halfway through.
Yes, I'm in agreement, Paul. That's a great summary.
Okay, and was it, I haven't seen that, you know, since we're still working on the draft. Does it address not only restoration, but the extra replication and additional planting that our bylaw requires for things done within the buffer that are cut down without permission, or any work basically done, especially in the wetlands?
It does not. It's the planting that's proposed is what, you know, we think makes sense to plant for the site. But it does not, you know, it does not deal with those numerical issues that I think Jim brought up a meeting or two ago. So that's frankly, we, you know, in terms of looking at the site and planting on the site, you know, we viewed that as a separate issue, really.
So you're basically looking at the site, what works on the site itself, but any sort of requirement, 150, you know, with the 50s, you know, additional 50% of things within wetlands and things of that nature. Are you addressing planting within the wetlands as well?
Yes, the plan includes the wetlands, the buffer zone, and areas outside the buffer zone, but still within the CR.
Okay, so can you this sounds great, and everyone's all moving the same direction. And I mentioned this our previous meeting at some point that this is something that we do want to have addressed on a conservation basis, and it may be planting, you know, based on our bylaws. And if you can review that, Paul, it may require things being planted off-site or potential fund established for, you know, for plantings elsewhere. You know, there is a component. It's not just the amount of the trees that were cut down across multiple properties, but there's our bylaw that addresses some of these as well. And we're not going to.
And then, John, just a quick question. I know you just mentioned cutting trees across multiple properties. Did we ever find out who the vendor was that did this? I mean, I would expect that when they had to open up a stone wall to go through it, they would have had some concerns. Maybe they need a letter saying, refresh your ideas of what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. Did we ever get an answer on who the company was?
I believe there was some resistance to that originally.
I'd like to call it out as a commission, as a condition on this, because this needs to get a letter from someone. So.
And lawyers can work out if there's any indemnity clauses they want to throw in there, but that seemed to be part of the concern. Paul, if you can note that and circle back to us.
I can note it, but I don't.
Yeah, it's not within your. It's not within your normally. And I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to, once we have your penultimate draft, call it. You know, there are always things being tweaked. We will be running this through town council, so that we make sure that that there's something, you know, that our bylaws are paid attention to as well.
John, I just had one quick question.
Yeah.
I believe I saw some communication to the fact that 36 Farm Street owners did not want the restoration work or any access from their side of the property. And if
so you're very faint, Jen, all of a sudden. I don't know why. So 36 did not want anything coming up their driveway to do things. Is there has that been addressed or even broached, Paul? terms of
I
where
let
the
Steve, I know
access?
Steve has modified some of his original access routes to accommodate neighbors. I don't know the details. Maybe Steve, if you can fill in those details.
Yeah, Attorney Brooks and I had a conversation with the landowners over there, and they had some suggestions on access roads. It wasn't so much as using their driveway, it was accessing through their property to get to some of the Miller properties, the Miller Street properties. So on the revised plan, the road layout is slightly different to address their access concerns. But I was able to work it into the revised plan. I should be able to get that plan out in the next week or so everybody has the current version.
Yeah, as I recalled, what the last plan I saw showed predominant access coming down off the driveway at 12 Mill Hill, I believe.
Yep.
Let's see, and trying to think if there's anything. Well, I think a lot of it is once we have this, we will go to town council, but at the same time, we're not looking to hold things up. But if I recall, we're now looking at a fall planting.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so we have some time to, cross T's and dot I's there. Paul, you look
Although,
like you're going to say something?
Well, excuse me, there are tasks. There are tasks that the plan does call for
Irrigation and things like
before the fall.
Yeah.
So,
No, and I think most of what I recall, most of those were tasks in support of the future planting, such as irrigation, possible road, some grading. With those are things.
Yeah, it was some wood chip removal and whatnot. But if it got pushed back a little bit in the spring, that really wouldn't curtail the fall planting.
No, I think that's. I appreciate you bringing that up. It's we're looking at an enforcement order here on one thing. We also want buy-in from all the parties involved or agreement, and we're not looking to hold anything up. We think we'll run things by town council. And we think we should get a pretty speedy reply on that. Has there been any work done on sourcing at this point for trees and for plants?
I don't know if the landowners want to speak. I can speak to it a little bit, but they've narrowed down the selection of contractors to 2 potential ones, and they both have the current planting list. And I believe they're starting to source stuff. I don't know where those are at because there hasn't been a contractor selected, the final contractor selected. So I don't know if they've put deposits or anything down, but that process has started.
Yeah, maybe I can add to that. So we're down to 2 contractors. We got the new planting schedule on Monday of this week. They have that and they're revising their bids. Well, we can make a decision fairly quickly, and it's pretty important. Just like in the previous gentleman's request to actually start to source trees now, even though they're going to be planted in the fall, so that we have the right trees, the right species, and the right numbers. So that is a critical path item.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I think at our last meeting, Paul, we discussed the pluses and minuses of having X number of larger size trees. There's a diminishing return issue, with trying to plant larger trees. Is there anything in this, because I haven't seen this current plan, is there anything in there that addresses a few larger specimen trees?
Steve, you want to talk about what's proposed? So we didn't
really alter the large trees at all from the original proposal. So I forgot the exact number. We've got 200, I think, some odd of the 3-inch trees, if that's what you're referring to as the specimen trees.
Well, no, I didn't know if we were going to have anything in there larger, granted a small number, but whether were there any plans for anything large. I knew once you get to a certain point, the site is precipitous, so you can only come in with
That's what I was going to say, John. Is that at this point, everything that's proposed can be moved with relatively small equipment. Anything bigger than that, if you're talking about a big tree spade, you know, that really becomes problematic on that slope.
And yeah, I didn't know whether off the driveway it's less steep, and then as you can go from there over to 36 Farm, and it's still relatively flat. I didn't know if there was any thought given to that. If you can just look into that and address both, if there is thought, if there should be thought, and what and basically memorialize concerns you have about size, survivability, and access. And then my question would be, we're close. What are the expectations for actually having something submitted to the commission?
My goal is to have something potentially next week, depending on when I can get
Okay.
the plan part of it drafted, and most of the text has already been done. And if we look into the specimen tree thing, that might add a couple days of some back and forth thing.
And that could be added later. Have we received the planting, a proposed planting list at all? Or is that, or just or via Paul? I imagine
We have internally. I don't recall that it went past the small group of 3.
Okay. And then
No, I don't
do you
think
have
we've gotten it.
who's your do you have are you working with Sally or a trustee person as well on this?
Well, Chris Barton is
right. Sorry.
Consultant for the trustees.
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate it. Sorry. And let's see, commissioners, any questions? And any clarification on the part of any of the parties involved? Carolyn?
Hi there, Caroline Smith, McGregor, Leger, and Stevens, representing the Rollins of 3638 Farm Street. I just wanted to convey, our top priority for my clients is vetting the contractor. I know a final one hasn't been chosen, but there are 2 finalists that we would really like to get the names of those to start going and making sure and satisfying ourselves that they meet the minimum requirements to do this extensive restoration plan. So we are hoping and wondering if 12 Miller Hill is ready to share those tonight, just so we can start. We have to let these contractors onto our client's property, so they do want to make sure that all the qualifications are met.
And have you been working with trustees since they have a representative there? Have you communicated with them relative to their vetting of it?
Yeah. Go ahead, Kate.
Good evening, Kate Carter for the Trustees of Reservations. We have, and in fact, communicated with counsel for the owners of 12 and 14 Miller Hill Road. We had understood that the names would be provided to us on the agreement that we would not contact them directly. Both the trustees and the Rollins made that agreement, and the names have not been provided, which we understand that there's going to be a finalist soon. But again, as Caroline shared, it would be helpful for the trustees in consultation with their own consultant to just satisfy themselves along with the Rollins that the criteria that Chris has discussed with Steve and with Paul are in fact being met by the finalists, which would make for a very quick turnaround then upon selection and moving ahead with the restoration plan.
So you're basically you'd like to know who the 2 finalists are as soon as possible so that you can vet them regardless of where they're going for a finalist.
Yeah.
Peter, have you been involved in that discussion?
Yes, I have been. My agreement with the Rollins and TTOR was that when a finalist was selected, before a contract was signed, we would allow them to interview that prospective contractor as to their qualifications. And I have said that on many occasions. And that's what we're going to do. And I think we'll have a contractor selected very soon, then be identified, and we will set up a time for that contractor to be interviewed to give everybody comfort that they have the experience and qualifications to do this job.
And the concern of having them involved with two as opposed to the finalists is a fear of poisoning both of them in some way, or...
Yeah, we're in the bidding process. We've gone through a number of revised bids. I guess I didn't want to scare them off now with a bunch of lawyers grilling them about their experience and qualifications. So I thought it was a reasonable compromise for us to say, yes, before we sign a contract, you can interview our finalist and express any concerns about qualifications to me or to the commission.
And Mr. Commissioner, that's a great new development. We had previously been told that we were not to contact them, and that was the provision. The request was, we will disclose the names of our considered finalists, provided you don't contact them. Both Mr. McGregor and I confirmed that in writing to Mr. Brooks. If the change now is that we are going to be allowed to contact them, that's a wonderful development, and we're happy to take up that opportunity. But it seems to us that we could do a lot of that legwork and minimize the time that we would have to impede and overwhelm this particular selected contractor if we've done a little bit of the background beforehand.
Well, what's the time frame for the selection, the finalists?
I think it's a matter of a few days.
Okay,
I mean,
so
we're just waiting for the revised bid based upon the new planting schedule.
Okay, and it seems to me, Kate, that the ability to actually interview the winner, in essence, gives you plenty of leeway, and we're looking at a very close time frame. I understand the concern about throwing a bunch of attorneys to a tree guy, and so I don't see a problem with, now that you know that you'll be able to interview them and vet them, whoever the finalist is. That seems fair enough without scaring anybody away. If you don't like them, then that puts us on a different track, but I don't think it's going to interfere that much with time.
And John, just to circle back on my initial concern around that we don't know who performed this work originally.
Yeah.
I'd like a way to ensure that they are not in the bidding or selection process at all, Peter?
No, they're not. They're
okay. Can you share who that contractor is?
I certainly can. My reluctance originally was there were threats of lawsuits, and I didn't want another party with another lawyer with indemnity claims.
And I appreciate that, but they did trespass and they did do a pretty poor job of protecting the environment. And
Peter was going somewhere with that. Why don't we let him finish?
So I mean, the expression of reluctance by me previously was more about the timing when, as I said, lawsuits were being threatened, and I just didn't want to have another party attending all of these meetings, and that was the reason. It's not a problem now. They're not involved in the bidding process in any way, and we can share that information.
Great, please do.
Okay, yeah, if you could send that to Lori, please, that would be helpful. Sure. We'll take it under advisement. We appreciate that. Okay, so getting back to that, it seems what may be news tonight, Kate, is this ability to interview the finalist, and the time frame seems to be relatively short. So is there any other concern that you've
No, we've been expecting the names and the finalists for I think a couple weeks now. So we're very glad to hear that it will be in the next couple days.
Okay, great. Anyone else have anything else that they'd like to add to this? Okay, so this is I almost feel like we're almost there. So this is compared to how we started, this is great, and I appreciate everyone's work on this and the parent conviviality. I wouldn't call it that, but willingness to move in the same direction for all the parties involved. So we're looking forward to our next update. Okay, Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Let's see. Then we are back to, we're now 31 Springdale. Why don't you, let's see, there've been a number of things on this, even before this person, Mr. Mitchell bought the property. There've been a new septic system, things of that sort. We had granted permission for a fence. Why don't you, fill us in, Janet, where we're at.
So,
And a little louder, please.
sure. So a new RDA was filed recently for work in the driveway. We did issue an enforcement order. That work was done very close to a vernal pool and BVW. And the RDA was for driveway work. In the course of doing a site inspection last Friday, Jim and myself met with Will Mitchell, the property owner, and also his wetland consultant, Scott Goddard, on site. So what went from a site inspection for an RDA for the driveway turned into a review of an extensive amount of alteration throughout the property. And that was in my site inspection report. So my sense is to start with the site inspection report, the violations, and then discuss an amending the enforcement order, and then go back to the RDA. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So I don't know if everyone had a chance to read the report, but the site the site on Springdale Ave is bordered. If you're looking from the street towards the house on the left, is Trout Brook. I believe that's Trout Brook.
It is.
Is it?
Yep.
Which is perennial. So there's a 200-foot riverfront buffer there. There was some work done in the front for a fence and a gravel patio, which we permitted. However, as we walk towards the back corner on the left, a fairly large area of BVW had been removed, and fill had been brought in to expand the lawn area over on that side, and there was a photo of that. As you move more towards the center of the property, there had been probably a man-made drainage ditch, which under our regs is an intermittent stream, which was functioning, and which was on a site plan when the septic went in. The length of that stream, for the most part, has been filled and piped under the lawn. And then as you move towards the right side of the property, over near the driveway where the vernal pool is, a large amount of vegetation was removed, and again, that area was filled and leveled off. So we have an extensive amount of alteration here in riverfront, in the buffer zone, adjacent to a vernal pool, and in BVW, as well as the filling and piping of an intermittent stream. So there's a lot going on the property. What I'm recommending, and I think it would be good to hear from the property owner, is, so we have an outstanding enforcement order, and we would amend that to require a more detailed analysis of the wetland resource areas, and then what the extent of the alterations were. And then that would be followed by a restoration plan. So that is, that's the short story on this.
Okay. So there was a series of approved work done in there. I think over on the back left, there was a shed that was going to be on the back
shed.
Oh, the front. So the shed's there, because I know at one point there was discussion either having in the back. So the shed, is that shed there?
Yep, sheds there, the
Yeah,
pad, the
okay.
gravel pads there, the fences
Yeah.
there, some
Yeah,
planting.
okay, so basically there was stuff that was put in with permission, and then there appears to be a bunch of work that was done without permission, and sounds like much closer and more possible effects on the wetland.
Yeah, it's some of the fill has been pushed over towards the stream banks quite a bit, quite a ways over.
Mhm.
And,
So there was a stream, if I recall, there was a stream that went from right to left across the whole backyard.
that's been buried.
That's so that at one point I had like old stones going across it. But so that's what size culvert is in there?
I have no
Anybody
idea.
know?
10-inch,
Okay.
12-inch maybe.
So why don't we move it over to Mitch, and he can fill us in on what Goddard has located so far, and some concepts of what to do.
Sure. Yep. So Mitch Maslanka with Goddard Consulting, wetland scientists. So Scott Goddard, he visited the site last week with Janet and Will and Jim to evaluate the site conditions. It was the first time Scott and Goddard Consulting was on site to see the violation. So we concur with everything Janet said about all the fill that had been pushed around in the certain resource areas, as well as the piping of the intermittent stream. So and we ended up reviewing Janet's most recent updates that she was proposing for the enforcement order. And I read through those, and I think those are good actions to take and proper actions, and pretty consistent with what I've seen, throughout the state for other enforcement actions for similar violations. So yeah, I think a restoration plan being put together by wetland scientists would be the proper course of action. We'll go out, we'll delineate the existing boundaries of the wetland resource areas, and then utilize the previously approved plan showing the resource areas, like where the ditch had been located previously, where the previous BVW boundaries were, and utilize that to determine how much BVW fill occurred square footage wise, and then put together the proper planting plans, fill removal and planting plan for those areas. And then for the stream restoration, we'll put together a proper stream restoration plan for that as well. And then yeah, so that was my analysis of the situation. So let me know if
It's
you guys
just,
have
if you
anything
get a
else.
chance to take a look at I know the grading has raised up around the trees. It just looks like there's quite a bit of sand in around the roots there, and you're running into a coverage issue of the 50% tree cover for sure. So just keep that in mind.
What do you, in terms of, you think
I
more
think
than
all the
50%?
trees all the trees will kept a spacing around them, but they filled in with sand, and it's not going to be surprise me if all those trees die.
Oh, are these newly planted trees?
No, these are all the trees. So in the backyard there's a tree or two missing, and that might put them over the 50%.
Just by a couple trees because
Yeah, because it was lawn, but it was BVW with the stream.
Mhm.
So just got to take a look at it. But there's trees that are close to the stream side that would fall into BVW. I think that just got to look at those.
And does the lot extend beyond that stream?
Yes.
Okay.
Now it does. Now it does.
No, not the grass, the lot itself. I just didn't know what the lot lines are. So that would play a role into 100-foot square.
Yeah.
If there's a bunch of trees on the other side of that,
The problem is they're big. You know what I mean? That's the.
Mhm. So that would be something for Goddard to review.
Yeah.
And yeah, just as you asked. So so Will, you want to fill us in on how this all came to be? Not so much.
In what sense, John?
Well, it just sounds like, you were somewhat familiar with what the things conservation was concerned with, and you had complied with your request for other items. And then you seem to have then done a bunch of things even closer to the wetlands, and I don't know how that happened, because you had some knowledge about, what you were supposed to do. What, did you, I haven't been there for a long time, but did you were you the person who put the culvert in, on that stream in the back, or was any of
Yeah.
that done prior to? That was you?
Well, I mean, it's all documented in great detail, John, so we can kind of just go off what's been documented and,
Okay, then we'll figure out we'll make it right. Okay. So Janet, we're looking at basically a revised enforcement order that's going to incorporate the new items.
That's right, an amended enforcement order. Just the things to highlight, I had put a date of May 1st for the submittal of all the documentation and a draft restoration plan. So that's over, that would be over a month. Well, just about a month. I don't know if that's reasonable, or if, Mitch, if you think maybe a little more time is needed to do the assessment and then a draft plan.
Yeah, if there's additional time you're willing to provide, that would be beneficial more toward, because I know surveyors are several weeks out usually for when new clients hire them. They usually give us a time frame of 3 weeks. So I can try and line something up with the surveyors as soon as possible. But some flexibility with that date would be awesome.
So should we do a honor before May 15th? Does that seem more likely?
Yeah, that seems better.
Jenna, we also are we stopping work, or are we allowing certain work to proceed, or?
The enforcement order says, cease and desist all work in jurisdictional areas at this point.
Okay, is there anything that is would be better to have it at least completed, if not completed, clarified or made a little smoother to so that it we don't have any siltation or anything like that?
So when we were out last Friday and we were expecting that rainstorm on Saturday, we did require at least a silt fence, if not a compost sock, to go in specific areas. I did, silt fence was in. I'm not sure, has a compost sock been installed yet? Will?
No, I haven't done the compost sock yet, but we're trying to get that in Friday.
Okay, if you can try to get that in as soon as possible, I think then that will at least stabilize the area.
Okay. Let's see, do we, I'm looking through things. Is there a draft enforcement order yet, or where do we stand on that?
Yes, and that was in my site inspection report, and it did include corrective actions and all the language that should be in the amended.
Okay, so for some reason, is that, so that's separate from your regulatory report?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I did not see that. And have any commissioners had a chance to read that at all? Do you have an idea when you sent it out, Janet?
That went out on Tuesday. I believe that went out yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yep.
Let's take a look here. Has anybody found that yet?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I have it too.
Yeah, I got it too.
I'm not getting it. Hold on a minute. Nope.
Did have one question on some of the photos. I haven't read it in a ton of detail, but I had a quick look yesterday.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, so in the future, can we, in the the subject line, can we just put an address right at the beginning? And okay, go ahead, Anna.
Two things. One, it looked like the lawn that had been filled over the intermittent stream and everything, it must have been done a while ago because it looks like there's at least a few years of healthy grass growing. Am I wrong?
Hydro seeded last year.
Okay, so there's that. And the other thing was the gas canister. I assume it's in the photo. I assume someone moved it. Was there anything else that was there or had been there or needed to be moved?
There were some large stumps.
Okay.
That were in the wetland in the BVW that I suggested be pulled out, but that can be.
Oh, I see those, yeah. So did any of those large trees, did they look damaged? Or
I don't know that there's a photo of it. They didn't look damaged. There was a piece of equipment had gotten stuck in there. I don't know if Janet got a picture of it there.
yeah, no, I see a big,
That Will, is that the log? Was that from offsite or was that on site?
That was from where Eversource had taken down the pine.
Yeah, because he was going to slab that
I
large
see.
the large
Oh, got it.
log there.
Okay.
But on the
And
truck
then-
was a large stump that I don't know if it's coming in or going out.
Yeah, I see the large stump. Oh, I see that on the trailer there.
Yep.
And then I see another one where the gas can was, and there's a stump there.
Yep.
So, Will, as part of this, did any of these come down but in storms, or were these just to open things up a bit?
The stumps,
Yeah.
they came out of the front, where the driveway is. There was a big
Oh, and
locust.
then you just move them to the back?
Yeah, we were gonna try to mill them up, but we disposed of them earlier today.
Okay. And then when I'm looking at probably well, I see the first picture, which is right on the bank that's been pushed up, the grade changed by the pond or the vernal pool. And then the second picture, is that going towards Trout Brook?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let me
If I remember right from our initial RDA for the shed, we were right at about, it was pretty close to being 100 feet from the stream. And that fill there in the second picture is 40 or 50 feet closer, 30 or 40, 50 feet closer to the stream. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So if you're looking at the shed, it's well past the line of, the line of bushes that were planted there.
So it's not BVW itself, but it's certainly well within the buffer.
Yeah.
Now, is the shed, has the shed been taken down,
Nope, shed's there.
but behind the new fence?
Yep.
Okay, so I know exactly, okay.
Yeah, I think there may have been an old shed there in the back. I can't really, was there an old shed there, Will?
There was an old shed. We had planned to actually, I had permission to leave that shed and build a new one, but we ended up just moving the old shed to the proposed location.
Oh, I see. Got it. Okay. Okay. So, so Janet, you're outlining what needs to be brought to our attention relative to Goddard Associates and so forth, and then with the plant restorations and things of that sort. So pretty much
Quick question.
standard.
Quick question on the restoration. So the fill and vegetation removal in the BVW. So we're gonna want to see planting plans. What about taking out the fill? I know that is where we start getting very expensive, but it doesn't look like all of it is so settled it couldn't be taken back out and improve the situation. I just don't want a 10 Draper Road where we come back in 5 years.
Oh, I think this one will be on top of it a little because we're requiring progress reports. But I think it's a reasonable question. I don't know, Mitch, have you been out to the site yourself?
No, not myself, but
Okay.
Scott has been out there and I've seen all the photos too.
So well, that'll be something that have to be incorporated as to, what comes out, what you think, shouldn't or whatnot. So it doesn't look like the grade changed that much, but things would just kind of pushed over. But you'll give us a better idea once you have it surveyed.
And what are we gonna do about the vernal pool?
Be very, very careful.
Right. Because this is,
the-
well, I mean, this is the time where all the frogs are gonna start doing their fancy march, right?
Yeah, they have been. So,
Yes.
well, I assume that just by the nature of the soil that I saw in the pictures, that's where some of the erosion control barrier has been put up. Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yeah, I've seen the silt fence go up.
Yeah, so that's going to prevent amphibians from going towards the house, but as we've seen, they'll go the other 270 degrees that they have open to them. So it is what it is right now. We just have to put together a plan and deal with it. There's a stop work order, so we don't have to worry about any additional incursion.
Okay.
And then Goddard will put together an overall plan for things.
Mitch, when do you
So-
think the timing would be to have an initial assessment?
I could go out there probably, maybe not, if not next week, the week after.
So that would be, that's a good point, Jim. If we can get a progress report, say within 3 weeks, even though you may not have surveys at that point, and we're not, we'll have all the restoration plan in front of us for an additional 3 weeks. But yeah, that would be very helpful. So we have an idea of the scope of what we're dealing with.
Sure.
And also what it looks like if we have a bunch of storms. So, okay. And is it, Will, is it graded away from your house currently?
Which part, John?
Well, where you've put in some of the fill, I don't know how close it came to the house, and the backyard looks like it has all grass going up to the house.
Yeah.
I'm just
We-
concerned about if we have a typical spring or the ones we've had lately, whether you have any danger of water coming back into the basement.
We didn't touch, I mean, we have water in the basement every time it even thinks about raining, but we haven't touched any grading near
Oh,
the
okay.
house. It's
Okay,
just-
no, I just didn't know if there's gonna be a need to address that before we have a plan in place. So it sounds like you're you will maintain moisture apparently. Okay, then is there a is there what you have submitted here, Janet, is that the enforcement order that you want to have voted on?
Yes. So
Okay.
I think we would do an amended enforcement order with the required form. And then there's some fill in the blanks here for Lori. And I know Lori's
Mhm.
gonna be on vacation for 2 weeks, so
Mhm.
the actual issuance, I think.
We'll come after that. Okay. Okay, then I will entertain a motion. I'm going to abstain just because I've dealt with Will on other things. But I'll entertain a motion. Go ahead, Mitch.
So just before motion's made, I just wanted to make one comment about the enforcement order. So there was one of the requirements, it was asking for 5 years of monitoring. So I was just wondering if maybe that could just be reduced to the standard 2 year.
That kind of got by me. We normally use 2 to 3 years. Janet, your rationale for 5 years?
Yeah, we could reduce that. Some of this was based on 1214 Miller Hill.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
That was
Um,
longer than
okay.
usual. But I would say 3 years would be reasonable.
I
I agree on 3.
Yeah.
Me too.
And then does this, I haven't read this in full. Does it include monthly progress reports while work is in play?
No,
Okay. And does it, but it has, is it annual or what are our progress reports?
so the initial one, when the plantings are installed, that's, I think, within 2 weeks. And then it's seasonal. It's twice a year.
Oh, okay. Then why don't we go with that? And Tim, when you phrase this motion, can you do so as a an amendment to an existing
Yes.
enforcement order? Thanks.
Yes, move to amend the current enforcement order to, what are we doing here?
31 Springdale.
To cover the further disturbances.
Or to,
I
and to
guess.
reflect the agent's inspection report and recommendations.
Sure.
Okay. Do you hear a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Tim?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
And I abstain. Okay, great. Okay, we'll get this done and move forward on this.
Great.
you
Thank you
much.
very much, Commission.
John,
Okay.
I think Janet wanted to circle back to the initial RDA, which I think is important, just because we had talked about on the site, allowing some of the driveway work to at least, start to clean up kind of the mess that's been there since November, and just allow us to get in and out of the house. So I don't know where that stands at the moment.
Well, I'd asked about that a little early, but so what's in terms of what was necessary? So Janet, are there still piles of dirt there in the driveway, or what do we have?
Still a lot of construction material, and that is an open RDA before us. And so I think it would be in the interest of protecting that vernal pool to move that material and to try to complete that site. It's kind of a messy construction site, the driveway portion. And I think allowing him to move forward, if we can approve a determination. But I know Mitch had some thoughts about maybe revising, he was gonna add another curb cut for a circular drive.
Oh, you mean Will, or who's Mitch?
I'm sorry, Will.
Oh, okay. He's talking about a curb cut for that.
Right. I think Will was asking to finish the wall in front of the house because a lot of that is stone for that wall there. So they've dug back against the house and they wanted to shift the driveway a little bit that way, I think. Is that right, Will?
Yeah, we just want to, because like you said, all that stone is just sitting there waiting to be put into that wall, which is honestly 98 or 99 feet outside of the BVW. So we're just hoping to get that wall done, get the stone out, and then just, put some gravel down and clean that area up.
And so at the very least, get the debris out of the driveway.
Right.
So that, and Jan, do you have an issue with that?
No.
Okay. And the idea of once he gets that debris out of there, he wants to grade the driveway, even if it's on a temporary basis with gravel.
Well, Will, isn't there pavement underneath that?
Adjacent to where the stone is, I took the pavement up. So there's no pavement there anymore. It's just
Okay.
whatever sub base they had put down when they built that.
So the dent's back.
So the idea of putting something in there so your tires aren't running off that, is that what you're looking to do?
Yeah, we just feel kind of bad because we kind of sling mud into the street every time somebody comes or goes.
So I don't see a problem with that. We have erosion controls in there. I think, but what's your time frame for that?
I mean, the contractor's been asking me every day, so he's ready to go.
Okay, so basically, it would make sense. Can you just check in with Janet on a weekly basis until that's done, until the driveway's done? Not that we all won't drive by it, but I think that would be appropriate just to keep her appraised of what's going on.
And I'd recommend a little bit of erosion control at the top there at the edge of the driveway.
On the right side?
On the vernal pool side, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's a silt fence at the toe now, right, Will?
Yeah, what do you mean, Jim? Like by the road?
So
just
sort of
where
on
the edge of the driveway.
Like a silt sock?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're planning on doing that. Just
Okay.
we haven't do it yet.
Yep. Okay, then so most of that stuff is just going to be moved into finishing up the wall. It's not like we have to worry about where this stuff would go around the side or somewhere else within the buffer. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's just all waiting for that rock wall.
Okay, then we'll let's proceed with caution and communicate with Janet, please.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
And so just two quick follow-ups on the site. The first is that I will be out to check that vernal pool on a regular basis. A number of vernal pools already have egg masses in them. And Mitch, when you go out, if you could also.
Will.
No, Mitch is Goddard.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm staring at Will's right in front of me. Okay, sorry about that.
Mitch, when you go out, also, if you will check for, see what's in there and document that. Under our bylaw and regs, we don't need to have a certified pool to be protected, but it would just be good to document if what we see there. Also, there is an issue. There is a drainage pipe coming under Springdale.
Yeah.
Which is not good for the vernal pool, and I will be talking to Kevin McCabe about that.
Is that what feeds the vernal pool?
No.
No?
No, the vernal pool is a substantial depression. I don't think that's what's feeding it.
I think there's a lot of runoff right now. It's actually washed out a bunch of stuff on from the road. So it needs to be addressed from town, but it also comes from the other way, from Church Street side.
Okay, then let's with the enforcement orders in place or the amendment to it, let's continue on with the balance of the meeting. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, 74 and 72 Farm Street. Janet, why don't you fill us in?
So this is a notice of intent for a continued aquatic invasive management plan. The previous order of condition expired. So we have a new notice of intent before us. They've been managing the invasives mainly through chemical use for like the past 10 years or so or more. They are coming to us as an ecological restoration limited project. As such, there's certain amount of information that needs to be submitted. I've been through that checklist and I outlined in my notes what additional information I think is needed. I will just summarize quickly on my thoughts and my experience with pond management. Chemicals, herbicides do have their place in pond management, but this is a small pond. And I looked through past reports and it looks like that it's not full of invasives. There are pockets of invasives. And many times, well, like all invasives, if you have a small amount, many times you don't need to use chemicals. Chemicals are usually used most effectively when you have widespread invasives and need to try to get things under control. Regardless, the information that I would like to see, and I believe I put that in my report, the first is a pre-treatment survey or a survey of what invasives are in the pond now and in what volume. Is it just sparse amounts? Is it moderate? Is it heavy? But I think once we see that survey, then we can do a better assessment of what alternatives here would apply. As you know, we don't allow herbicides, pesticides, or fertilizers unless there's a waiver. To provide a waiver and analyze that, we really need to have a good handle on existing conditions so we can look at what alternatives are available. I will tell you, I have reached out to some of my colleagues on other Concoms, and one particular Concom out in Uxbridge has had to do quite a bit of permitting on pond maintenance, including their own. Andrew Gorman is the chair of that Concom. He's also a professional wetland scientist with Beals and Thomas. He's actually come before us on a couple of projects, but this was his feedback. that they are reluctant to approve chemical treatment. One of their major concern is the fact that if you're using non-selective chemicals, and two of the chemicals being proposed here, glyphosate and I can't remember the other one. Glyphosate and dicot are non-selective, which means whatever they come in contact with is going to kill that plant, whether it's an invasive plant or if it's a good native plant that you don't want to kill. So until we know how much invasive is out there and where it is, I think it's very hard for the commission to really make a determination as what is the best management plan. So just to go back to Andrew Gordon's comments, he said that the abundance of dead weeds, whether native or invasive, has created issues with dissolved oxygen, which has resulted in fish kills in a number of ponds. If you're considering chemicals, his recommendation is that you do a survey first to determine the extent of the weeds, and that somehow after applying chemicals, you harvest the decaying weeds to avoid further detrimental impacts to the ecosystem. So again, I think just for the commission to do their due diligence, understand the extent of the problem, and then consider what is less impactful to the wetlands and the ecosystem. And I had a number of additional notes, but I think we went through most of those at the last meeting.
So in essence, this is that you're, as you had asked before, this is an alternatives analysis that is a little bit more granular in terms of, and I thought at the last meeting, one of the things you were requesting was sort of size and location of particular infestations. Was that right, Janet?
I believe that was part of the discussion. Yeah, a survey of what the invasives were, where, and the extent.
Okay, and have we received that?
No.
Okay, so I guess I know things got a little animated. And
I would say
I
heated.
was going to say heated would, but
I said heated. I said
but,
heated.
yeah,
It was heated.
I was saying animated, and so but that was one of the requests for the, because my concern was that to give you proper guidance, Dominic, and Mr. iPad there, I don't know, have your name, and so but of what we're looking for, rather than just, you could see there was pushback on the idea of just doing more of the same. And things have changed over the years as people become more and more concerned about these things. Have you had a chance to, or had you already, mapped those things out, but just had not submitted them in that detail, or where do you stand on what you have at hand?
Well, first of all, I'll let Mr. iPad introduce himself. It's Adam. Do you want
Sorry, I'm normally on my computer. I was trying to change. I'm Adam Frost Wiley, and I represent the owners of both 68 and 74.
And represent them in what way?
I'm a construction owner's manager,
Okay,
property
got it.
management. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So
thank you, Tom.
Yes, so yeah, I understand the commission's concerns about the vegetation. We have not been out at the pond since 2019. So we filed this NOI quite a few months ago now, but there's really been no opportunity to go out and look at the pond since we filed the NOI and since this was requested. I think there's multiple years of reports on the vegetation from our year-end reports during the seasons we were working there. And And also, I mean, the vegetation, so there is some information about past vegetation in the ponds. And also it just very inherent in ponds for vegetation to change pretty regularly. So we do have, part of the management program is to do surveys, and in the last supplement to the NOI, we've actually kind of expanded upon the survey methodology that will be used during the aquatic management program, understanding that there is a desire here to get more information, more quantitative information about the vegetation in the pond. So in the last supplement, we basically said that we do visit the pond, plan to visit the pond once a month, but in 2 of those visits, one early in the season, probably May, one later in the season, August and September, we'll actually do what's called a point intercept survey methodology. So we'll lay a grid of GPS points over a map of the pond, and we'll actually collect quantitative data on the species found at each point. We'll give a quantitative numerical value to both aerial coverage of the plant as well as the height of the plants and at each of those points as well. So that's just stuff that we do kind of more informally in the past. I think we decided to add that to the program to give more of a more scientific approach to the inventory of the plants there. So but yeah, there's really not much we can do between now and then. And again, this is something we do all constantly because the vegetation's always changing in the pond. So this is something that I think going back and looking at the past reports, I think gives us a pretty good idea of what species are present in the pond and generally what densities are there. And I think we'll continue to collect that data as the program goes along.
So it seems, so as we review what we've gone through to date, basically you hadn't been there for 3 years, but you've done, so there'd been no pond management that you're aware of for the last 3 or 4 years?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're basically basing your NOI off what you've done before and without having done the inventory yet. Is that correct?
The program isn't as that definite in black and white. I mean, it's a constant ongoing process of evaluating the vegetation and deciding what measures to take. So I wouldn't say it's more of a kind of a plan rather than a specific set of treatments. So again, it changes every year. I mean, in past, we've not had to treat the pond every year. We've not had to treat all of the pond. Really, I don't think we've ever had to treat all of the pond. So, and I do just to address some of the selectivity of the products we've asked for. I mean, Diquat, correct, is considered a broad spectrum herbicide, but there are certain plant species it works more efficiently on, and we can also be selective by selecting what specific areas of the pond that we want to treat and only add the product in a particular dose for that area. That goes for Diquat. Glyphosate is a foliar spray, so it only affects the plants that we directly spray the dry leaves on. So it doesn't go into the water. It's not dosed by the water volume, so it literally can be selective on which plants are treated and where the spray is directed.
So what we have in front of us seems a little different in terms of what you're proposing than what we originally received, which seemed to be a more blanket type of treatment that didn't give us specifics that we're looking for. So I'm trying to figure out if this might be a multi-stage process where you would go in and inventory things and then come back to us with the what your proposal is, and also alternatives as to where or why not you would use manual methods if they're appropriate, or the alternative, the justification for like what you just mentioned with the glyphosate, that you're just dealing with specific plants, you know, one-on-one there. Is that Jen, is that kind of the way you see things?
It is. So the NOI says once we give them a permit, they will do X, Y, and Z, and one is a pre-treatment survey. But my contention is that to meet the regulatory requirements, we need that survey information to make an informed decision before the permit is issued. And I have been through the past reports. The most recent one from 2019 indicated very little invasives. The white water lily, very sparse. A few patches near the inlet. Thin leaf pondweed, very sparse. Floating heart, moderate, scattered along pond edge. So, you know, in a 4-acre pond, 3 invasives at sparse and 1 at moderate indicates to me that that a manual method could be effective. But regardless, what I put together in my notes was an outline of 3 sections that are required for us to approve an ecological restoration limited project. So I outlined specifically, and I took this right from the regulations, what the applicant needs to submit to us so we can evaluate this, whether it meets the limited project requirements. If it doesn't, then that's a different situation. I think this probably does, but the burden is on the applicant to supply us with the regulatory information we need. And I spelled that out very clearly as to what we're looking for from the regs.
So I'm looking at, it feels a little chicken and egg type thing, you know, it's basically, so they're looking for an approval to proceed with pond management. And we would, and if we were to grant them that, the first thing they would have to do is show us their the inventory. And then it would be a multi-stage situation. Is that, or what's
Yeah, I guess, you know, we're not asking.
Don, I'm just saying, I was speaking to, I was asking Janet for some feedback too, and I saw her nodding her head vigorously in the way that you may not like. I don't know. Go ahead.
So I don't think it's a chicken and the egg. So our applications need to come to us with a certain information that's outlined in the regulations, either the wetlands regulations or ours. In this case, it's the state wetland regulations. In order for the commission to adequately review and analyze the notice of intent, we need the information here. And that includes like a survey, or I mean, I can read this if you want me to, but
no, I don't need that. So my concern is just a survey I don't know if you actually go into the water when you're setting your markers, or what.
Oh yeah, everything's GPS, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is we're not asking for like a one-time treatment based on the most recent vegetation data. We're asking for you folks to approve the entire program that we're doing, not just the treatments. We're asking you to approve the survey work and the potential for treatment. And I think Adam can also speak to the fact that he represents now 2 owners of the property, and they, I think, are more willing to try out some of these other techniques like manual hand pulling and that sort of thing. It may be a situation, I usually don't like to have multiple like times where we have to go in front of you folks. I mean, we'd like to have the program approved as is with the checks and balances and the surveys and the reporting that we've proposed. But, you know, if we're at the point, if we're at an impasse here, I mean, I think we'd be willing to entertain a condition that before we were to move forward with any herbicide or algicide treatment, that we would present kind of a written, like 1-2 page treatment plan for the commission to approve. I think we'd be okay with that.
So, and that's, Jan, that's where I'm trying to get to with, which is, how do we allow them to start so they can review and come up with a plan in the first place? And is there a conditional, is there a order of conditions with conditions where they do have to come back to us before they can actually proceed with the next step?
So that would not be the correct procedure. So
Okay.
they can certainly, and actually it's required by DEP regs that they do this assessment. So they can go out in a rowboat or someone in, probably, I can't remember how deep it is, someone in waders, and, you know, assess the pond. And that would be part of their NOI application. But in addition, under our regulations, a waiver is needed. And in order for the commission to determine whether or not we're going to give them a waiver to use chemicals, we have to do a thorough alternatives analysis. So, I mean, I don't know how I could be more clear. What I've put in on paper is what we require and what DEP requires.
So where do you outline the series of events in your regulatory report?
Yes.
And
Yeah, it's there.
What's that?
Oh, I'm just agreeing. Janet's done this a few times, and I think it's in the regulatory report. And I think I agree with what she's saying. It's important that we know
Well,
exactly what's going on.
Oh no, I have zero problem with that.
No,
My question was,
John,
my question really was, if we have an NOI support, said, in front of us, if we just lay out the stages where they will have to come back and check with us, and it was until they do the survey, they can't really tell us what they need, and then they would have to. So go ahead, Janet.
So in my report, I am stating that we have an incomplete NOI before us, and I outline why it's incomplete.
And what page is that, please?
Let's see.
Is it 10?
Page 15.
15.
Mine's different.
Yeah, mine's different too. I don't have a.
But I didn't, whatever.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, John, I mean, again, not going backwards, but I think for Dominic's, basically, I could be wrong, but I think this was somewhat of a man-made pond back when the person who built 74 Farm Street.
Oh, it's been there forever. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but so
Yeah.
she made it more of a pond, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so she loved the pond, and anyway, I'm trying to help this process on, like we're trying not to be hard for Dominic and Solitude. We're just trying to not go backwards, but go forwards.
Well, I'm hearing similar things from both Janet and Dominic. It's really, I'm just trying to figure out how we distill it. As one, we can't approve a plan until Dominic actually does an inventory of what's there. Dominic won't even come up with a plan until he goes ahead and finds out what's there. And then until he finds that, there's a possibility that he may use none or very few chemicals.
Right, and that's what Janet wants. That's
right.
That's what we're all proposing, right?
And the idea is giving a blanket NOI that says, yeah, go ahead, do your plant management. We're not willing to do that. We want to have some feedback as to why you're making those decisions. And I think maybe in the way the NOI was submitted was, we're pros at this. We do this all the time. We've done this, this thing before. Why don't you let us do it for another 3-year cycle? And at this point, we're saying, well, no, let's, we need the alternatives analysis. You're telling us, which I think is great, that you actually do an inventory. You're not doing a one thing fits all. And then you can come back and say, we think we can handle this, manually. We think this area, spot application may be appropriate. So that
also
I
consider
don't,
that he's got two new landowners. He's got
Yeah.
68 and 74, who are two new, you know.
but I think that I don't see those as being mutually exclusive to what Janet is saying. And that's why I don't see much of a divide here. So
John, it's page 7 in the report.
thanks.
It's item 7 and page 7. And then
Okay.
Janet calls out to 7 to 8, the survey and,
Is this on the March 27th regulatory report?
yep,
Yes.
Concom
pa-
regulatory review report, March 27th.
On page 7, Lyman Pond
Yep.
and item 7. Let's take. a look
No,
here.
sorry, it's overall item 7, the Lyman Pond, but then if you scroll down, so it talks about the agent's
that's it.
comment.
Yeah, so let me
That's-
just see. So and that's on page what? 7?
7 and 8, yep.
Okay.
It's on page 15 on my copy.
Wow.
That
And I don't have a 15. So it outlines negative impact of chemicals, benefits of hand pulling.
Yeah, updated pond management.
Yeah, and then nature-based management in terms of that.
So if you go closer to the top, so the confusion was, I incorporated my site inspection report for 31 Springdale in what I sent out to the applicants.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Just made it. one and a
No,
little
I
bit-
see that. And then then it switches over to 7 Lyman Pond.
Yep.
7 Lyman Pond.
Yep.
Then I see some of the red things. You're recommending that we discuss the NOI and the new owners.
Right,
And then you checking off the things about the ecological restoration.
So I guess it's, I mean, I understand the question is now, how do we condition this that they could start their survey,
Mm-hmm.
which would which all the treatment options would be predicated on?
So, the person waving in the corner? Janet?
I don't think we can permit this as is. It is incomplete.
Okay, and outline exactly what it is, because this is the issue I had the last time. I want to make it very clear what needs to be done, because until
Yeah,
they do the survey, they can't tell us.
John, in my report.
Yeah, and I'd like to just chime in from my perspective. I need some clarity, like John is asking, because I was at the last meeting, and I don't think Dominic and I were under the impression that a full survey needed to be done prior to this next meeting. Instead, we updated the plan so that included a survey. But as an owner's representative, we need to pay Solitude every time they do this and every time they show up, and we really need clarity on what this needs to move forward. And it was not made clear at the last meeting that a survey needed to happen.
Okay, well,
So
then,
that's
and that was-
frustrating for us.
So, well, we didn't know that you actually had the sophistication to do the survey that Dominic just outlined. And that actually does address the question that we had at the last meeting, which is what is where and why do you propose to do certain things? And the
It's-
survey will give us that.
So that's the additional information to be considered. And the first line item is updated pond management summary
So okay, and I see that, right.
on page 8. And that, and she talks about what the actual, in the summary from 2019, they indicated this following invasives were
Yeah,
found in the
right.
pond.
Mhm,
And so
yeah.
then they update that. What's the actual condition of the pond?
So
Rather than just blanket approving. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, no,
We're not
I mean,
gonna-
I
We're not
understand.
going to
We
approve this without
received
an
these
idea of
comments.
what's in the pond. I can't be any clearer than that.
I
This
understand.
is very clear.
We did not receive this document till yesterday.
Okay,
A survey of the
that's-
pond was
and
not
that-
recommended during the
that's fine.
last meeting.
So what I want to do is
That's it.
just clarify what it is you actually need. And I want us to clarify it, so that it's very easy to follow in terms of because the thing is, people do pond management all the time. And they usually, other people who come in front of us lay out exactly what they're going to do. They already show us the alternatives analysis. They've been on the site and they explain exactly what they're doing. It's not a blanket type of situation. So in this situation, which I've heard that you've already have changed, which is you'll go out, you do your GPS survey, you'll outline everything there. Janet, as they proceed, the idea that we now know that they'll do that, what specifically do you need before we can give them permission which it sounds like they will have to do that and then submit back to us their alternatives analysis once they've done that survey. And you're saying they could do that survey without the NOI. Is that what I'm hearing?
And in fact, that's a requirement. So in my report, there is in bold, it says applicant needs to submit all required ecological restoration limited project eligibility checklist information.
And where is that bold? Oh, I see it. It's after your red. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And that outlines, this is from the regulations and the eligibility checklist.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly what we need. 1, 2,
Mhm.
and 3. And
I just
then-
like the, yeah, sorry.
And then
Do you have that in front of you, Dominic? I know you
I
just
do.
got it.
I mean, the page 1 of the checklist, it says the following are considerations for the applicant filing and the issuing authority approving. It doesn't say, it says considerations. It does not, it does not say criteria. It does not say checklist.
Well,
These
it's
are
a
just,
criteria now, Dominic. So.
Mm-hmm.
that's fine. I mean, it's, you know, we go do the survey right now, and you know, we may not recommend anything this year, but I mean, it's not going to change the basic outline of our program,
Right.
or
So come
change the
next
fact that we
year,
want to
if
approve.
you decide to do nothing, then come next year when you want a treat.
Well, I think it's an interesting thing because we have typically granted, you know, aquatic management companies 3-year orders of conditions. And but that's normally because they come into us with, they've already done their survey. They know what it is they want to do. And so in this case, it's cart before the horse. I think what Janet outlined in the regulatory report, and have a chance to review it, and she basically quoted things off of DEP and MGL 131, and then review that, do the survey. I don't know how at this time of year, how good a survey is going to be.
Yeah, we can't do a survey this time of year. We'd have to wait probably till May, the earliest.
Mm-hmm. And then, you know, you can spool up some answers to the things that she mentioned, such as, you know, updating the management summary, the chemicals versus hand pulling. But you basically covered most of that just in your initial discussion this evening. You know, that these are the things that you would typically do.
Yeah,
and I think the only thing that's holding us up right at the moment is that without the survey, we don't have a specific of what you want to do, and we're looking to be more familiar with what's actually there before we give you a 3-year
Understood.
contract to go ahead and do things. Does that
Yeah,
seem?
I just will clarify for a couple things. At first, you know, it's not that we weren't gonna do. We said we were gonna do surveys, you know, but you know, what we added here was the methodology of the survey. I just don't want you folks to think that we weren't looking to see what was in the pond before we treated it. When somebody submits this type of NOI, that they're, you know, because it's an ongoing program constantly based on the conditions of the pond, there's no definitive absolute treatment plan. There has to be some open-endedness to this type of a program. I just don't want folks to think that we didn't provide, you know, that there was something missing from this NOI. I think there's a little bit of disconnect. I understand where Janet's coming from. You know, it's the timing here was more of, you know, we were hired to do the NOI by Mr. Flynn originally in the fall. It was too late to do a survey. We had to kind of develop the NOI based on our past observations of the pond. I don't think there's any reason to believe that the pond's significantly different than it was in 2019 and all. And so in terms of would significantly change the management approach that we've provided.
Well, I think part of that, it was helpful to know, as you pulled up some of the reports, that the fear of constant chemical use to keep things at bay does not seem to apply to this pond. You know, as you mentioned, there's some years you didn't touch it.
Absolutely.
And obviously, until you do the survey, You don't know because you haven't seen it for 4 or 5 years, but you'll find out.
Yeah.
And so I think it does seem like there was pressure by Mr. Flynn to get this on record somehow. And for us, we've become a little bit more circumspect about blanket chemical use. And it
Yes,
wasn't
sir.
clear in terms of your presentation that it wasn't going to be blanket chemical use, and so you've clarified a bunch of that there. And I think the most appropriate thing sounds like would be to come back in May with the survey so that you can be more specific about this. And then with that, and given the history of managing that over the years and being selective about things, then I think the idea of granting you a 3-year, order of conditions based on that would be the typical thing to do. But right at the moment, even you don't know exactly what you're dealing with until
Right.
you have the plant matter to do that.
That-
Janet, does that seem appropriate? Janet?
Yes, and I just wanted to clarify too for Dominic. So what's different here is that our bylaw and regulations prohibit the use of herbicides without a waiver. So that's an extra requirement and review that's necessary. That I don't know if for some reason that was not applied the last time they came before the commission for their previous order of conditions. There was no mention of the commission granting a waiver to use chemicals. I don't know why.
Well,
but-
because I think Janet, it was back in 2019. It was before the waivers.
Well, it was actually 2016 because it was a 3.
Right, so it was,
program.
Oh,
Yeah.
the waivers were, that was in the regs back then.
Yeah, no, I think it was. So I think that they so try to distill this down. So I think it's getting clearer and clearer, to what we're looking at, and what we're looking not to do. We're not looking to prevent you from doing this. We just need this information before we move forward, and trying to being hired to do it in a period of time when you can't tell what's in the pond makes things difficult. And then the waiver request that Janet just alluded to, it's the type of thing it seems like you're already doing because you fine tune your response based on what you have there. And you are willing to tell us why you're recommending one over the other. That we just asked that to be called a waiver request when you submit it. If you're recommending chemicals for a certain portion of that. And with the rationale of this is why, because when we try to do it mechanically, everything falls apart and it's still, and everything's still there, or whatever you come up with. So that I expect that what we'll hear is much of the pond may not need anything. Certain areas you'll be able to handle mechanically, and you would like permission on a few, select areas to use chemicals. The idea of spraying directly with glyphosate on, particular foliage, that's another part of your why you want that waiver there. So I think and then just to review what Janet, rather than just having 24 hours, review what Janet had called from DEP regulations and incorporate that. So are we moving somewhere here?
Yeah. And I mean, just speaking on behalf of owners of now 2/3 of the pond, and we have talked to the owner of 72 and will now be managing this and kind of paying for the treatment of the whole pond. So that takes that part out of the equation. I just want to state that we're in no rush to do anything. We want to make sure we do the right thing. I think we were just looking for clarity to make sure that we can use Dominic's time as efficiently as possible, but I think we have that. And we're totally fine on behalf of the owner to wait and do the survey and slow down and do this right. So I just want to say
Excellent.
that.
I appreciate that.
On behalf of the owner of now 2/3 of the pond.
Okay, thank you. Janet, you had a hand up?
Yeah, so with regard to the new ownership issue, so we should get a letter from, I think 68, that's not a new owner, right? It's just the Flynn property that 74 has now turned over. So we should get a letter from the current owner that they have reviewed and they've approved the NOI.
I can provide that and do the change of ownership on the application with Dominic, but we can provide that.
Okay, great. And then I
Okay.
just wanted to point out, I don't want to be a stickler, but I'm going to be, because the exact comments that we're looking at were sent out 2 weeks ago. And I didn't get no questions.
Oh, that was for the previous meeting.
Right. Those were sent out over 2 weeks and I didn't hear back with any questions, so.
Okay, I thought that part, I remember seeing that part, so I apologize if that's my fault.
So, okay, so we did cover a lot of what's in there. So I hope you do, it sounds like you do have a little bit more clarity on things. Anything else comes up, let us know. So if you have questions, email Janet, and then we'll move forward, and we may not see you for a few months.
I was gonna say, should we continue to end of May or beginning of June? Probably, I don't think we should really be going out to do a survey before May, so.
Yeah, so
that
I
makes
want
sense.
you, if you can email Lori a request for a continuance to whatever June, typically it might be whatever June, the second week in June.
The
that
first June
Wednesday.
meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the first June meeting. Okay.
Dominic, if it would be okay with you, I would love to go out and see the pond and when you go out to do your survey, if I could be there, I'd appreciate that.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can definitely make that happen.
A lovely place for a site visit, but let's start with Janet. Okay, great. Then I hope we're all moving in the same direction here.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Before you cut out, so there is still an outstanding certificate of compliance.
Yes.
We will need a new request from the 74 property owners on that.
Okay. Thank you for
And
reminding me.
is there additional information you need on that, Janet, or is that something that you can, based on your review so far, you can close that out?
I had sent this to Chris Flynn, but he's now gone. I sent him the deed language that we needed, so I will send that out to Dominic. And
I was told that by I believe all the property owners, Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, that those deed covenants are on the deeds and were reviewed during the purchases. So that they are, I think the covenants are on the deed. Is that?
That was my understanding, but I can check with what happened, the recent purchase of 74 to make sure. I know it's on 68, but 74 was recently purchased, so I can make sure that info is there, but I'm happy to track all that down with our lawyers.
Okay, and then if you can just send the confirmation or a explanation or whatever to Janet, please, on that, and that way we can take care of this, in between if necessary, or right just before the next meeting, the next June meeting. Okay. Okay. You're all set, Janet?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks much for hanging in there, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, 14 Hamlin's Crossing has been continued. And then Anna, we have a land management work group update.
John, do you mind if I ask, maybe two weeks ago, I saw that there was an enforcement order on 15 Hamlin?
15. Don't
Did
know.
I make that up?
I thought I saw that as well, and I thought,
And so then all of a sudden it kind of disappeared. So I don't mean to, I want Anna to go on to her land management, but I just was
Go
wondering
ahead.
Well,
what
Janet
happened
was,
to 15?
is there an enforcement concern on 15?
I remember her in one of her reports saying that there were trees getting taken down.
Well, let's say Janet, okay, there we go.
So I think it was 3 weeks ago, 3.5, I got a call from Lori. Someone had reported trees coming down on that property in the buffer. So I went out and I did a site visit. So I reported, I guess it was 2 meetings ago. And one tree had come down near the buffer. The entire tree was taken away. They left the stump. And we decided not to issue an enforcement order, but that Lori was going to send a letter to the homeowners just to remind them if they're gonna do any additional work within the buffer of the pond there, that they should touch base with the commission.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay. Sorry, I missed that in any of your reports. Anyway, I
Okay,
just made me, okay.
okay,
Alright.
so moving on to beavers.
Yeah, let me pull that up. I've got two things. I've got beavers and I've got land management. Does anyone prefer one over the other first?
Oh, let's start with the
Beavers
beavers.
first.
What was
Beavers
the
first.
document that had the, oh, that was a link that you had from your email, for,
Yes.
the Google Docs, got it. Mhm.
Yeah, Google Slides. So, we'll pull that up. Give me a second. Yeah, so back in February, I was like, I'm not sure about trapping. I feel like we've done more. I've heard that there are other things to do. And I went about researching. I found myself going through MACC, who sent me to Beaver Solutions, who I learned we talked to before I joined the board. They were very helpful and took my call.
Right.
Thank you for doing that. I didn't know what was going on, but it was good. So they said, I'm sure they said this before, but they said, you need a, height of 4 feet. The extra flow limiting devices I thought of were for deeper water, actually, so irrelevant here. But still, I went out and I drafted Rick, who can fly the drone better than I can, and therefore is okay over the pond, to have a look. And I feel like this looks really similar to Jim's photos.
Yeah,
But
this
then we,
looks like 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
yeah, but then we kept going higher and higher and looking around, and you can see the giant, Dedham Street estate level lodge over there. And the little dam, but there's still the flooding downstream.
No,
And
that
there's still
dam, yeah, that dam, Anna, runs, you can't see it because the water's
Okay.
so high, but that's all filled in all along there.
here.
Yeah,
And
Okay.
then the other problem that we all know, or maybe we don't know, is but if you go across the street to the real true Channing Pond, yeah, exactly, Anna. If you keep going, the beavers, they are all
they
the
just
way,
swim down.
they go all the way down to the original Channing Pond, which is next to my property.
Yeah.
So, which is the Lesser McCoy's property. So I've talked to, well, anyway, I don't mean to take over your talk, but I've talked to many beaver consultants about this.
Yeah. So I looked at it and I was like, I don't think it's sufficiently different from what we saw previously in 2021, but I wasn't here, so I don't know. Maybe there was more. But I'd also just kept looking. I was like, there's a lot of flooding upstream. There's a lot of flooding downstream. I don't know. Was this consistent with what Beaver Solutions saw? Because to me, it was like, there's a lot of flooding adjacent. It just seemed like there was a lot going on here that may not be beavers alone.
No,
Or-
I think
It's an interesting point because you can tell by all the dead trees in all that wet area, and they've been that way for decades. And so it's a very, very wet area. And so the question is what percentage of that is actually a beaver issue?
the only issue I will point out is, and you see it on this slide, is that whole piece of land there. This whole
Yeah.
piece here is submerging, and also the piece that runs back towards the shed. So pretty soon,
Okay.
it's gonna be swamp.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna
And you
break
think
over.
that's, you
Like
think
that
that's
whole
because
thing is gonna break over because the stream wraps around the bottom there and keeps going.
and do you think that's
Yeah.
because of the dam, or do you think that's just because
I think they've got a dam there. I think it's backed up and
Well,
flooded.
it's backed all the way up to behind my house at
Yeah.
Channing Pond. It's at the Lesser McCoy's, and
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. I mean, Anna, you can't see it. I mean, I would love to take you and Rick, if I get permission from my next door neighbor. But she's got 100 acres next to me, and she's got the original Channing Pond. And
Sure.
when Tim and I, before COVID, we would take my dog out there all the time, and we would hear and see the beavers. So Jim and I first kind of talked about the small chaining pond. And I was talking to a couple friends of ours that are hunters. They were like, the problem is it's starting all the way down at the big pond. It's not like, until you kill those, you're not gonna, they keep doing what they want to do.
Right. I mean,
Well,
I think to be honest, this is an ongoing management issue until it gets resolved further upstream.
Well, and I think there will always be beavers showing up. And I had a question is, as you look at the downstream flooding component there, which basically looks very similar to the upstream flooding component.
That's what caught my attention.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking you were leading with, in that this is an area of, there's not a subdivision there because they couldn't put anything there. That this is that the hydrology is such that the beavers may be playing a small role there. Is that kind of what the thought process?
That's what stood out to me. And I don't want to, I'm new at this. I don't want to, and I wasn't here when we first talked to Beaver Solutions. I don't want to be like, I alone have the answer, but it caught my attention that upstream was bad. There's a little culvert, there were the beavers. Downstream was also bad. And even if we trap the beavers, we have a flooding problem and we're due up for a wet summer.
No, that's the issue is that dam needs to come out.
Well, there's 3 dams. I don't mean there's 3 dams there that Jim, you and I walked back there.
No, that's the thing is there's that one little section there that's near the lodge. There's one further down, and I have not, I guess, Anna, do you have one that's zoomed out a little from this? Like the lodge, you had a high level of the lodge.
Yeah.
Okay, so this, you see that where your blue line comes down?
Mm-hmm.
That all used to be above water.
We used to be able to walk on that, remember?
That's right. You could walk out, you could walk right out
all the way around the pond that way.
Yeah.
I do remember there being a walk around the pond.
Yeah, and even on the other side.
Oh yeah.
On the other side, you could get out there was always a channel that ran between the pond and the stream.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't be able to cross that because it was pretty deep, but and that's where I'm saying this is going to break over that whole thing now. And you can see it all where your blue line is. That's all submerged. And then that whole section all the way back towards the parking lot is starting. No, the other way. So coming toward,
like if you go to
this way.
Yeah.
Keep going out.
And over,
Yeah. So so where your light blue line is, that whole thing is submerging. You can see the water breaking through there. And that was always damp and in the spring wet, but not underwater.
So I think the question I have is, as we're looking at right where the cross is there, as that all goes downstream, that's really wet. So even if the dam wasn't there, there'd still be water going down.
Oh yeah, but you can see that defined channel, John, right?
Oh no, I see that. My question is what surprises me is how much of that is still wet.
Oh no, so there's another dam. So on this corner here, you see where, and if you come up to where the water is breaking through up in the corner here, there's another dam in that area down there.
Yeah, but you see the serpentine water stream that goes through there.
Right,
and
but I'm saying so. So if you come up the serpentine stream, and right there's another dam right in here. There's a little closer to the pond.
So that's creating an issue. That's creating an issue for the pond itself.
Yep.
And I guess the question really is, and as you spoke to the beaver folks, I want to say Beaver Solitude because we just spoke to them, but
Beaver Solutions.
Beaver Solutions, who's dealt with beaver deceivers.
Yes.
And we don't have the drop that you can use a beaver deceiver on.
Correct.
And so we've, and every year we address this, and we get more and more rain as well, which hasn't been helping, is that the only thing we have is get rid of the beavers on a every 2 to 3 year basis.
Correct.
And on a dry period of year, which we haven't had for the last couple of years, get in there with a small machine and release the dams.
Yeah, and
I did ask them about that actually when I talked to them.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were like,
and what if-
given the size of that lodge and how close it is, at least the main dam is to the lodge, odds are that won't work all that well.
Right.
One stick of dynamite.
Well,
exactly.
Jim and I have a good friend, Barry Mendel, who is a professional exterminator, and he's very good at beaver. I mean, he traps. He's not one of these, beaver deceiver guys. He will trap the beavers and take them away.
And there's
Right, so,
two ways to manage this, right?
Right.
There's 2 times a year you can manage this. One is during trapping season, which
Right.
is ending next month,
Mhm.
April 15th, I think. And then, or on an emergency basis with the Board of Health permit.
Right. And didn't we discussed this a few months ago, and I don't know if we had even voted on it about.
No, Anna, this is
Tra-
why Anna asked if she could look into alternatives.
Oh, and to look, okay, so,
Yeah.
so.
No, we
so
didn't
the-
vote on it. I mean, I think Jim and I
No,
would.
no, we discussed it and the idea that we were within the trapping season. So, so I guess the question is, you've gone through this learning curve, Anna, and and you've shared some of this. Based on all that, what do you recommend?
I mean, I'm just not convinced it's gonna help. I wish I was.
Mhm.
And
No, and I
I sort
understand
of,
that the downstream wetness doesn't look like it's going to change much.
No, it's a hard learning curve and a hard decision. And I went through it 9 years ago with you, and I was always like, let's just get rid of the beavers and everything's gonna help, but
I'm
Yep.
generally of the opposite take. I would rather leave them be unless it's gonna help, but
Yeah.
I can't tell either way. I feel like it's not gonna help.
I mean, the issue
But that's
is,
what we've been doing, so I don't wanna be
Right,
like, well,
we've
this
done
is
it
the year
once.
that's different.
no,
Yeah.
we've done it once, and that's the thing is part of this is gonna be that soon it's gonna flood the road.
Right.
And
Well,
that's,
and that's gonna happen. I mean, that will.
And that's gonna be-
It will
Okay,
flood
so-
Springdale Road. It will.
Right.
Then the highway department comes to us for an emergency approval
So I think,
that may be, they may be more effective at being able to get in there with machinery and stuff like that. I think that may not be a bad way to have it self-manage.
well, I just feel, I'd rather be more proactive. I mean, and that's kind of where I'm at is I don't think burying our heads in the sand is,
Well, I'm looking at, for example, when was this taken, Anna? Is it right
Monday?
after one of the really heavy rains or?
No, this week, yesterday, Monday, something like
Yeah,
that.
so we've had some, yeah.
Tomorrow we're getting 2.5 inches of rain.
Yeah, no, but I'm seeing this in terms of, up over the culvert tops there. So highway department, I think we should definitely pull highway into this. And I think these are great pictures to show them. I have no problem with, the last time we trapped the beavers, but we didn't get rid of the dam.
correct.
So we saw basically no change. So
Oh.
now we just have a new family of beavers.
That's a
in
good
there.
point. So,
Mhm.
so when we hired these trappers, they just get rid of the beavers. They don't go in and dislodge.
Well, Beaver Solutions, so here's the interesting part is Beaver Solutions no longer traps.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What do they do?
he no longer has a trapper that works in this area.
Okay.
So
Mhm.
whoever was doing the work for him retired. So he suggested
Barry, probably.
Mass Fish and Wildlife to
That's
find a
good.
trapper who works in this area,
Okay.
and then said that he can come in and do the dam removal, and it would look like it was a day or two.
Ah, okay. And did he have a ballpark price?
I think it was 1,500.
Oh, that's
Wow,
not bad.
cheap.
I also have a friend who's a professional hunter.
Yeah.
Okay. So
So-
folks, here's my concern. It's 11:15.
Yeah.
We have a few other things to go over. I think we're gonna have to push off some, we may have to pick and choose on some of these things. I think we have an idea of this. Let's get the beaver thing on the agenda next week. It won't be quite as or the next time. It shouldn't be quite as long as what we have. Lori sent me the proposed agenda for next time. And that and if we're out of season by the time we can line somebody up, we then go to Board of Health. I don't expect a problem there. And it may not be a bad idea to bring Kevin McCabe in just to make him aware of what's going on here. And I'm sure he probably already is, but and I think the drone photos are great. They're really helpful for
Yeah.
this.
I want to check out that poor culvert too. It doesn't look like it's up to the test.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, and that's
it's in tough
yeah.
shape.
Well, and he's been reviewing many culverts in town, but that looks like to properly handle that would be he'll have to make a judgment call on that because that may be a box culvert or it may require one. It's better get started now so that we can deal with it later. I think part of the issue we've been running into is we've had 18 months of constant high water tables, and that this regardless of the beavers, the place is saturated. Anyway, why don't we just very quickly on mosquito
Thank you, Anna.
fires? Thanks.
Oh yeah, sure. Thanks for the the space to sort it out. I was just
Oh no, thanks for the
weird to
thanks
learn.
for yeah, and drones are good. Tim
was
wanted
fun.
one 15 years ago. So
Yeah.
okay.
Mosquitoes. Yeah, so back at Dover Days, we talked about doing a mailer, and we could do a mailer if I can figure out how to do it other than all of us stuffing envelopes, which I just think is probably impractical. Do we want to do it if I can sort something out? I don't know what that would be.
How many do you have, Anna?
I don't have any right now. We would need to print out more, and they were a little under $1 a page last time, but it would have been less if I bought more.
But can we do a self mailer? Let's connect offline and
okay.
It's a 2-page deal, but it raises some good points there. Let's see. Next is Janet's for the minutes. I have not had a chance to get to the minutes. I don't know if anybody else had.
I haven't.
There was some discussion. Janet and Laura needed to add more documents, so I think we're looking at next time. Anyway.
That's what I thought too. They were gonna.
So that's let's move on. We can do that the next time around, and some of those documents are being worked on. And they're actually just lists of documents. We have the documents, they just haven't been listed. Then Janet submitted an invoice, which we were supposed to have heard reviewed at the previous meeting. Since we didn't have that meeting, have people had a chance to see that?
Yep.
Okay, so it's all pretty self-explanatory. There's quite a workload in there. So I would entertain a motion to, unless anyone has any questions, I would entertain a motion to approve the invoice.
Sure,
And to pay, and we'll be paying that out of WPA funds.
Second. So Tim
Okay.
made the motion and I seconded it.
Yep, heard that. Okay, thank you. All in favor? Tim?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
And myself as an aye. Now, just to let you know, so we have 3 after that. We will have 4 months remaining of invoices. Actually, no, March, April, May, June, 4 months. We can probably cover Janet's invoice for the next period for March, and then we run out of WPA funds. This is something that I brought up multiple years ago when town council took away our ability to bill applicants for certain things. Last year we went to the town manager and we got an emergency infusion. We're going to go ahead and do that this year. We're putting a proposed amount together so that we can cover things for the year. And then we're on the agenda for the town meeting to increase professional services by $25,000 plus up to $88,000. So I just wanted to let you know that we will then be bringing this to town management's attention so that we can fulfill the balance of the year. Okay.
Right. And John, so how much are you proposing to the town manager to cover?
That's what I
from
said. Lori's pulling out some money. It took us a while.
Okay.
to get, it took us a long while because Lori has to ask accounting to give her the balance in certain funds. And it literally took her months. And so she just got that actually, I believe it was this morning or yesterday. So that gave us that idea. So then with that information, we'll be taking a look at the run rate and the discount program that Janet has offered us. Just checking. No.
Always doing pro bono. It's just always doing pro bono for us. I'm like,
So anyway, so we'll have a number, pulled together. So based on what the next invoice is and what our balance is, and then that plus our what will be the run rate. That's what we'll be asking for.
Okay.
The other thing is to also figure out what our balance is for our land management, so that if it looks like we're going to have any sort of balance in that, whether or not we can apply that. And I'm not sure. I think last year the accounting told us not to do that, to basically go into negative figures. They'll still cut checks, and then we'll figure, they'll figure it out in some way. So we'll get clarification on that, and that's why we're going to town meeting with that request for more money, so that we don't have to find ourselves doing this each year. So
okay.
Let's see, Janet, anything? Well, yeah, if you can just run through your agent's report, and if nothing's that critical, you don't have to bring it up.
I do have one critical thing before we run out of time, which is the vote on the
Oh yeah, we do have to vote
Article
on-
97 thing.
Oh, yes, very good point. Thank you.
We can do the agent's report, but just so we don't forget.
No, I think that's a very good point. Let's come back to that. So we're looking at approving that as written, with the ability for to allow the selectmen to modify the chapters that or just with the ability to modify that. Does that seem appropriate?
One edit, and the other question is, do we want to take public comment as strict guidance, or do we want to just bear that in mind?
Public comment based on
Jonathan Fryer saying he didn't like those two properties at all. So.
Well, he didn't like them if they were not going to be allowed
Without a town meeting vote, yeah.
Right. And I think he made a lot of sense, and I think many other people felt that way. That's why, they're water areas anyway. So we could just take them off the list.
Yeah,
because-
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean.
What's that?
I didn't mean to interrupt. It's late. I was just gonna say, I personally don't have a strong opinion on those two properties, the town well and Ponzi, given they are for water, both contaminated well and the deed restriction. So I don't want to
I don't know. I think I'd leave them on, and as conservation and water, and being prepared to pull them off a town meeting.
I agree.
Also good.
Well, but just give you an idea.
No,
They will add 20 minutes to town meeting, those
Oh.
two lots. Okay, and it really doesn't matter to us. You can't walk on them anyway. We're not going to do anything with them. No one's done anything with them. They're just natural. But people will come out of the woodwork to just come up with what ifs. So that's my. So
It just makes me laugh, and I totally get it, but it's like I would never see the town putting the infrastructure in.
Oh, absolutely. So, except that 70 years down the road, as all other towns encroach on us, the state may come up and require us.
But John and Jim and and I don't think you were there, but the same characters come up at every meeting. And so who's going to say, well, what about this, so there is part of it that just take it off and just
Yeah.
So make it clear and clean and just.
Yeah. So if we take those off, then do we have anything else?
Oh, Janet.
I have to agree with Jim. those should be in conservation. We can make a reason why it can be conservation and water. And Justine will stand up at town meeting and support these, and she will trump Jonathan Fryer 10 times over.
I'm not talking,
Oh,
I'm
no,
talking about
actually,
Jeffrey Arnold. I'm
I
talking
got
about
the
Jeffrey
sense,
Arnold.
I got the sense that once, if we stayed at conservation of water, I didn't think Jonathan would have a problem with it.
Yeah,
I think-
I do.
Do you?
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I think
think
if you listen to him carefully, what he was saying is if you have to go to, you know, if it's an emergency, I don't know how there can be such an emergency, but if
I
there
don't know
is,
that folks.
that it's going to wind up, you know, taking too long to go through town meeting.
Well, if conservation and water, if we had this accepted and it was under our control, then I think what he was pointing out was that even if they have to, if they're an emergency, they have to put a well in, they still have to come to us because it's a wetland. And
Also, our property is, Nina keeps telling me.
But he was objecting to having to go to town meeting to have this changed.
That's what I heard.
Down the road, like if.
Well, and I think
whenever.
Put it in, right?
I think my thing is that, as I said earlier, it just muddies the water, and it's nothing is, you know, our job in terms of, you know, outside of DEP is managing conservation land.
Yes.
And
Well, the thing is that Ponzi is deeded for conservation and water.
yeah, and it can stay that way. And frankly, it's you know,
But
we don't have
that to be honest, that continues this same issue with the deeds.
I'm meeting.
well, actually in that case, the deed spells it out and says
Right.
that's what it is. If at some point 50 years from now they want to put a well in there, then it goes through the process, and conservation is going to be involved anyway.
Right.
And they're conforming to it. But I think we don't, for lands that we manage, barely, because we, you know, I would like us to, you know, end each year with $0 in our land management budget.
Absolutely.
Oh, we're
Absolutely.
trying.
Is that we're not going to, we really have no interest in this. No one's going to do anything to this land, and we're not going to, and frankly, we're not either. And and yet I think it's enough of an issue because people are familiar with some of it, that it will just eat up time at the town meeting. And if we don't have it on the town meeting, you know, if we don't have it on this rubric here, nothing's going to happen. Nothing negative is going to happen to it either.
Right.
So
Right.
you know, and it's probably its
Just
best
take it
use
off.
is for water. So let's just take it off. Yeah.
All right,
Right.
Ann, take it off.
Okay.
Wait, so we're not gonna go forward to try to protect Ponzi or Church Street?
What do we, it's already protected, Janet. What are your concerns about it?
Because you can never say never. What I have seen happen in other towns when it's considered municipal land and not protected, there may be some deed somewhere it says conservation, but if it has not been properly and legally transferred to the Concom, it is vulnerable.
To what? It's wet. What do you, there's nothing going in there.
Well,
It's,
but
There's
look at
swamps.
Even Terrace, I mean, we approved like a one house subdivision there. A 40B could go in there and ignore all of our local requirements.
Why it was purchased in the first place.
no, but this is a swamp. This is it, but in order for a 40B to go in there, the town would have to sell it to somebody.
Right.
And this town will not sell anything to anybody. So I just don't see that. I see this eating up much more time, and I think it's land that maybe something will happen to it on a water basis, potentially 100 years from now, but the town's not going to sell it to a developer. It's not like the town's hard up for money. I just don't see, and the deed is very protective of it, and no, it's town land.
Did anybody else go to the meetings sometime in the 90s when the guys from Mobile came in to talk about the spill?
No, that was
No, I missed
before my
that.
time. I hadn't moved to Dover till 2013.
Yeah, well, they said, I mean, first of all, there were a couple of things that they said that were really interesting. Because people people who were like 3 or 4 miles away were saying, well, I think it's gotten into my water, into my well.
Mhm.
And they were seeing the aquifer like a river.
Mhm.
And I asked the guys from Mobile, how fast does the water move? And he went and looked it up in his book, and he said something like 6 inches to 2 feet a year.
Mhm.
So, you know, it's going to take 150 years to get half a mile.
Mhm.
And he also, the other problem is the half-life of that chemical is like 100 years.
Or was it really?
Yeah.
So as I mentioned, I'd read a report within the last 2 or 3 years where it was showing, you know, it had diminished.
Yeah, what he
Uh,
said was it would be diluted.
Yeah.
It would get diluted, but
Yeah.
it wouldn't,
And
just doesn't go away.
no, and I don't know how it's related to PFAS or if it is at all.
No, I don't think it is. And I think
But
I think it's actually a relatively harmless chemical.
Oh, the MBTE?
Yeah.
Interesting. So, and you know, with the osmosis filters and this, that, and the other thing,
right?
The town can deal with that if they need it, but they're, I just say, yeah, I just think it clouds things for us to try. It basically, we're grabbing something for, so that we can have more headaches. And
I
so,
mean, the original reasoning to use this exact list was open space recommended this, the Board of Selectmen reviewed it. We're trying to do it. This is supposed to be simple and administrative. Let's not mess with something and just say, you know, let's follow the rules. But now that we're digging into the water problem, I don't mind coming back and making a separate argument next year if we want to.
yeah, no, I
keep
think that's,
Ponzi. I just don't want
I
to
think
lose
that,
like Valley
yeah,
Farm and everything.
exactly. I think that's wise. I think that's a very good way of putting
Let's
it.
get the rest of it done.
Okay.
Great job, Anna.
Nobody's going to care about
Yeah.
the rest of it.
So, yeah, so the rest of it, you know, basically Valley Farm, I think if we, boy, drone photos would be great.
We can
but,
do that. I mean, that slide needs updating with the
Yeah,
town, all the parcels.
But the idea of showing that, you know, and just very quickly tick off and say that, you know, it was deeded to the town, it's right next to conservation land, and we would like to put a bridge across the stream at some point. It's you know, everyone thinks it's conservation land already, and just, you know, and then McIntosh.
So Macintosh is interesting. Macintosh was acquired during the Snow Hill subdivision effort
the
with the
swap
Koch brother
deal.
who wanted to do more. Yeah,
The
the swap.
swap.
Which is a bit questionable, I've learned. So we're gonna not spend too much time on the swap. But it was deeded specifically under Article 49, which I've learned from Nina is old Article 97. Article 97 replaced it. So it is already, you know, should stay like
So
this.
well, I don't want to digress from this because it's already too late, but I'm dying to know, where is Macintosh? I don't know where that is.
It's next to Snows Hill.
So is it,
So originally there was a plot of land which is now the Snows Hill development.
yeah,
Belonged to the town. And that
Yep.
was on the other side of this land that was owned by Koch.
okay, I know where the.
So
I
there were
mean,
the two pieces of land. There was Snows Hill Reservation, and then the Koch land, and then the town land. And it took like 100 years. Ralph McAllister spent his life doing this, and they did a swap so they could build the Snows Hill. And it also made that contiguous, so you had a bigger contiguous area for the Snows Hill Reservation.
Okay,
That's the history.
okay.
So
I'll do a little digging. I'm sure I probably call it like a different trail than the
Right.
Macintosh, whatever, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so basically it was deeded to the town, Anna, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and Amy actually went through town reports and town meeting warrants, and there was something, I don't remember it off the top of my head now, but there was something at town meeting about it acquiring it. So it was deeded to the town and voted in, I believe, accepted.
Okay, so it's deeded to the town, it's deeded under Article 49, which is the new 97. In deeding it to us, does that broach the, you know, does it do anything to they don't need legislative requirement to deed it to us, or is it just a use thing?
It's just a use thing. It transfers to us, and we're the owners of the thing that's conserved in the same way. Right now, the selectmen couldn't do much with it, but they also like aren't conservation.
Right, so is this abuts conservation land?
It also
Okay.
has some rights of way, and I think there's an easement for stuff that hasn't been built, but Amy knows more.
Okay, so why, I guess the way to present it is just that it abuts, and come up with the name of what, it's Snows Hill, I guess it is. It abuts conservation land that we already own. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is it conservation? Okay, so that's the way to present that.
We do have Snows Hill, right? Isn't that ours?
No, I think that's DLCT. I could be
There's a
wrong.
bit of a patchwork. I think there's some
There's
some
still-
land. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, you know more.
No, Anna, you go. But I think partly Snows Hill is DLCT.
So then
Yeah.
it abuts DLCT and conservation land, so it just would.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and then the Bridge Street boat launch, basically nobody seems to have responsibility for that. And it ties in with our purview. Does it, do we have any other land? It's across the street from, what's the?
It's,
CR?
Porter.
Lower Porter and Upper Porter, so that's DLCT land too.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
we'll
and
just-
then we have a
I
little
didn't think
sliver.
this was the
Go ahead.
boat launch itself. I thought this was the wetlands behind.
Oh yeah, it's
Well,
behind.
it's both. So we might have the boat launch,
We do have the boat launch.
that small piece.
Yeah, and then this
because
is the piece behind
We
it.
did put in the big slab.
We did.
that
Oh,
actually
really?
is The boat
Oh,
launch,
so
yeah.
people can drive down and then take their boats down?
Huh,
Right,
okay.
so you can drop a trailer down,
Okay.
so it's not a cliff going over.
Okay.
Right.
So I
Um,
guess.
yeah.
So I guess for the tax taken land, and I'm just thinking of a devil's advocate, if the town owns it, why should it be granted to conservation? And part of that is.
Oh, a bunch of. Oh, sorry.
Some of this butts other conservation properties, right?
Yeah, there's a couple with trail access. Wilsondale could connect Dedham to Hale, and there's opportunities for trail access. The Grand Hill Drive stuff there, it could connect to a bunch to DLCT and to Chase, and make a nice loop with Wild Woods. There's that. The other ones are wetlands, or partially wetlands, and could be beneficial little spots for walking. So
Okay, so great, I think, so this leaves us with 9, and then we can figure out, what we, next year, if we want to do something about the other 2. So I think then it's a matter of, can you scroll down, please, or up, whichever way you go, the other, yeah. So then the rest of these are all Article 97, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll just say we're putting them into conservation. I don't
Yep.
even know if we have to go over, if we're not trying to mix things.
It's
We just-
paperwork.
Yeah, it's paperwork, and I don't even know if we need to bring up Article 97. I mean, you can bring it up to
Probably
the
not.
selectmen. No, I don't.
I'll
see-
talk
I-
about it with the selectmen and explain
Yeah.
what we're doing here with
Yeah.
jettisoning the town well in Ponzi for now.
Mhm.
And so they can put it back if they so desire.
Yep, I think that's great.
I
Okay.
had thought that Nina felt
Okay,
you put it into Article 97, that's the highest level of protection, which is what we.
Right,
right.
right.
So if we can do that, let's just do it.
And what came up at the public hearing for the warrant was several people asked about if the Ponzi and town well land went into conservation, would it prevent the town from ever being able to put a well on it? And that was a concern you could feel was going to be picked up by other people in a town meeting. And I think the idea of removing it now, as Anna said, but always being able to come back to it next year, and if we come up with a really airtight reason as to the benefit, we can always then present it, and it's not going to muddy up the other things.
Right.
So
I'd also
Uh,
throw out, we issued the warrant with those 2 properties. So if someone such as Justine from Open Space wanted to chuck it back on at town meeting, we could do it the same as throwing it off.
Sure. I guess, yeah, yeah. Although it just will add for, bring us into a second night for town meeting. So
move to recommend to the selectmen to accept the proposal to transfer these properties.
Transfer these 9 properties.
9 properties, yes.
Okay. I heard a second. I heard a second. Yes.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Tim?
Aye.
Myself is yes. Jim?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Great. Okay. Okay, then.
Oh, and we need to, sorry, last vote. We need to vote to agree that this is our motion. This is our warrant article.
Oh.
Town council wrote it. I did not.
Oh, right. So
you just made the motion. Second your motion.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Tim?
Aye.
John? Aye. Jim?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Then so approved. Great.
Great.
Thank you much, Anna. Thank you so much. Actually, this is.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it-
thanks for all the
Great
signs.
job.
I love seeing all the signs.
No, we could see.
Fun.
It's been we've been busy.
We're ready for the next batch. sometime.
Great.
Yeah, did you didn't find the other Wildwood sign?
No, I just found the one.
It should be in the office.
There's a sign in the office.
Either that or it's in John's barn.
I
Check
looked for-
there.
Oh, you know what? I'll check. I don't know what it was. There was one where the router jumped down half a space and put several letters.
Oh,
that's
that's not it. That.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. That
I
was
don't think
must
so.
be something
I
else.
mean, it
then.
might be, but I don't
Yeah.
think so.
So did you get whatever you needed to repair the router, or where does
Yeah,
it stand?
I got it, but I have to do it now.
Oh, yeah. Details.
It's kind of a rebuild.
And is it based on
Oh, no.
DOS or Windows?
It's Windows.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking. So, okay,
Yes.
Janet, sorry that we delayed you there. Your agent's report, and then we'll close the night out.
We'll try to streamline this, but I do have a request. I'm wondering if a commissioner could stop by the office in the morning and sign my invoice. So that can get paid before Lori leaves for 2 weeks.
Did Lori leave that out on a, well, Lori's here. Is that left out on your desk, Lori? Wow.
It's in a folder on my desk.
Okay, then I will go ahead and do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. As some as you saw, there was an email about the new Tisdale Drive 40B. They took down some trees supposedly outside the buffer. But I had told Paul McGovern no more land disturbance. They're supposed to come in with an ANRAD soon. I'm not sure when.
So when they're out by the street, are they well more than 100 feet away from any apparent wetland?
Yeah, I think they are, but they really should have waited.
Yep.
Until they got their delineation approved, but the stormwater management bylaw, I've been working actually quite a bit on this with Val Lynn and the planning board and Kevin McCabe. This will be on our agenda for our next meeting. They would like the Concom to review it and approve it. But I'm hoping that that it will pass. We'll see. Park and Rec they've withdrawn their article on the rail trail. Let's see, Red Rock.
Really? I don't mean to.
Really?
I-
Was Mark behind, pushing for that originally, or are there a bunch of other people behind him?
It's not completely clear, like who I think someone had approached Park and Rec to
I
get
see.
back on the town's radar, but
Mhm.
there's still a lot of questions.
Wow, okay. Wow.
But I think that was the right decision because there's just too much information that they just don't have.
Mhm.
Let's see, the ZBA deny the Trout Brook Edgewater Drive 40B. I'm sure that will be appealed. There's a chance it still come before us. That'll be the applicant's decision. So we'll see how that goes. The Housing Task Force, we had Anna attended the meeting today, as did I.
Granted, I was very late. I'm sorry.
There'll be a warrant article to bring on a consultant to develop a development and housing plan. So you'll hear more about that. And then you all got a copy of my article. If you have any changes, get those to me in the morning if possible. A couple additional things, the Wildwoods, the Blue Trail tree removals, the land management. We had a meeting yesterday. Anna, do you want to fill everybody in on our concerns? We still don't know who's doing that work.
Yeah, we don't know who's doing it. The tree removals are squarely in Wildwoods. They're not on, easement on someone's property. In the past, the hunt has widened trails, but this doesn't fit with that pattern. And more importantly, upon ask, Dave Williams didn't know anything about it. So we don't know who's cutting trees. The decision among land management was, this is a Concom problem. I guess we should figure out trail cams, or maybe someone knows someone, but apparently 7 trees went down.
So I walked with Steve and Jen, so our huntsman and his wife, from the kennels all the way through our property to the Dover Land Trust, through the very swampy part, which becomes, I guess, Rice's Trail.
I know that.
So we go from the kennels to Hunt Drive or Hunt Valley, trail, and then you go up. I mean, Steve only cut down 3 tiny little pine trees to get.
That's not this.
Up. So I would love for you to walk me through that, because I immediately
was here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It was like, and I haven't gone out to see this yet, but Greg was like, it was over here.
We can talk about this offline,
Sure.
Anna. We can, so I know it's late, but I would love to, and Steve and Jen were very upset because I, of course, blasted them and they said, we did this. So I would love to know, because it's not us. And I know Greg said, it must be the Norfolk Hunt Club, and it's not us. So I don't.
His guess is only that just because the hunt has widened other trails in the past. There was no obvious reason why this would be a great horse trail. So, and he asked Dave and he didn't know. So at this point, we're assuming no one knows and it's somebody else.
So at some point, maybe this is now that you've done all these other things, Anna, we actually had approved the purchase of and set money aside for 2 trail cams with cell components. And I guess Sally Nazer is willing to help out from for Learning Curve and everything like that.
Great.
And the big thing there is, especially for Wildwoods, is does anybody have an experience Verizon versus AT&T in terms of which cell carrier works best there? And I think that was the thing that
I know here AT&T works best.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how about Anna? You're kind of in that neck of the woods as well, right?
Yeah, I've been on AT&T for like 15 years. So
And you have
Verizon is
20.
terrible here.
Yeah. So when you're out on Wildwoods, your phone works
Yeah, it's
fine.
good.
Plenty
It's
of
good.
bars?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's better than it is at my house.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, good. Well, then
Closer to the
then-
center
then-
of town, which is where the
So we can touch base. We can offline. We can talk about bringing Sally into this, and
yeah,
she sent me. I'll see if I can get.
And again, I mean, the Hunt Club, I mean, we all, obviously all of our goals are to keep the trails.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sure.
Clear
No.
and going, and not trying to blame people, but at the same time, it would be fun to find who's doing this, because
Oh, sure. It's a head scratcher. It's not. We're not accusing anybody.
no, and we're not, but at the same time, we're all
Mhm.
trying to do the right thing.
Okay, so
Pretty,
we have,
low stakes mystery, but we'll figure it out.
yeah, exactly.
Especially if you
Okay,
get two cameras.
so,
I have a good feeling. I know.
Janet, any additional items?
Let's see, just quickly, Jim and I, while we were out looking at 31 Springdale, we stopped by 66 Main Street, which is basically an abandoned property.
Mm-hmm.
With the Board of Health Director, the concern would be the house is literally falling apart. Is an underground storage tank, an above ground? Is there
Ooh.
anything we could do to protect the stream?
Mm-hmm.
So I will follow up on that. We also stopped by and met the new owners at 105 Haven Street. They were very appreciative that we stopped by. Jim had noticed there were some stakes out on the property. They did send us their new survey that was done out there, and it looks like we may have an encroachment situation.
Janet, looking at the actual plan that they sent us,
Yeah.
those stakes look to be some sort of weird benchmark that the
Oh, just
surveyor.
a transit point, not a,
Yeah.
Where was this, on Center Street?
No,
101
on Happy
105
Valley, it's the 105 Haven, which is that
that the
French style,
the Normandy House?
the
Yeah.
Normandy house.
Yeah.
And you know, there's stakes. If you saw that, I can see the stakes. So I'm saying, oh, I mean, that's typically a lot corner.
Right, right.
And there's when I looked at the drawing when they sent it yesterday, there's supposedly some iron pins out in the corners.
Mhm.
And so the corner was actually down by where that grass pile is. That might actually be on their property.
Mhm.
Still encroaching on the wetlands, but on their property.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
but very nice. And she was interested. She didn't come tonight. Allison, the woman, was very interested in perhaps serving on the
Cool.
commission. So we'll see.
Oh, this is great.
Good. And Janet?
That's it.
Okay, so I just had a quick thing. So Dover Housing Task Force and town meeting warrant article, is there a housing task force town meeting article, or is that two
Yes.
separate things?
Yeah, it's for the consultant.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. And then just as a quick aside, I had to go before the Brewster Conservation Commission the other night.
Ooh, lucky you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
super. But they were in person and hybrid, and it was phenomenal.
Really?
And I think being in person, it was literally 3 minutes per item because they were there and directed the questions. And
I'm all for being in person, and I
But
know
they-
the governor, I know the governor is whatever, but I think our meetings never lasted this long.
no, and they were
Well,
doing it as a
so-
hybrid mode.
I think there's a combination of things here. I think we've had some very sophisticated things and
Right.
we've had much greater review. I don't know if anything at Brewster had somebody cut down 250 trees or.
Well, they're doing the dune stuff and the salt marsh. and all
Oh,
that.
yeah, no,
So
they
quite a
have,
bit,
yeah.
But they actually had a large touch screen. And they had Zoom up and they were taking questions from the Zoom audience.
Sweet.
But they did say if there's technological problems, we will not stop the meeting. So if you want to be assured of being heard,
Yeah.
be here in person.
So
So
it's
that was really good.
But
So
so the
is it- as
governor
you know-
didn't say you have to be on Zoom. It says you
No,
can be.
no.
Right. So it was actually, like I said, it was in and out, and it was
So
good.
You saw, we've actually have run out of, we don't have space in the townhouse.
No, but
You
the
know-
problem,
you know,
and the
We
other
could
problem,
use the Great Hall.
no,
Well,
the
no,
Great
but-
Hall is
but
horrible, though. It
The
is
acoustics,
horrible.
the acoustics are horrible in the
It's
Great Hall.
horrible.
And
I mean-
and I was just gonna bring that up with the meeting that we all went to. Even with the PA system, it just echoes, and then it's classic Mayberry. Then the heating system starts banging on pipes.
Yeah.
When you, it's
I mean,
like,
So,
Bang, bang,
Okay,
bang.
never mind.
yeah.
I mean,
So,
Jim,
so
you were in
maybe,
the
maybe, maybe
you were
the
in the
community center.
first row, but like John, Tim, and I were like,
Yeah.
not you, Tim, but my boyfriend, Tim. We
Mm-hmm.
were like in the far back row, and we couldn't hear anyone. It didn't matter.
But we're never gonna have more than 2 rows of people.
True, but even then it
Maybe.
still, yeah, it still was difficult. Even the only person I heard clearly was Justine. And she didn't need the mic, but, so okay. This has been lovely.
Okay,
Thank you very
5
much.
hours, new record.
Jesus. You know, and it's like watching Dune 2, which I haven't done yet, but the,
I haven't done that either.
I would
just-
recommend
I
seeing it
just
in
watched
IMAX.
Dune 1 the other day.
See it in
Oh.
IMAX if you can.
yeah, that's what I was trying to find. So, anyway, thank you very much for everyone for hanging in there. Will, Mitchell, thanks for hanging in there and learning all about things. Appreciate it. And, unless you left your phone on.
Hey, Anna,
and,
great job.
Lori, have a great vacation.
Yeah, enjoy,
Yeah.
Lori.
Great
And
vacation.
so Laura, I will go in and sign Janet's things and take a look at other things, and we'll work something out. So one of the things I may need some help with, I'll call anybody if I do, is we still need to post the agenda. Lori's not going to be here. It's going to have to be posted. Also, any advertisements that need to be placed, which when is that? Is that by next Thursday?
It's typically by the 4th. It would be
Okay.
April 4th.
Okay. So we'll just say, so we have some touchstones there, and it's all laid out on your desk. Is that right?
Well, I'll be there tomorrow.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Then we'll do this. Okay, great. I'm just,
everyone.
I'm just,
Good night.
coasting to the end of the month. Okay, see you guys.
Okay.
Thanks much.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Night.